The protagonist came to his senses, thinking that he seemed to be playing a game in his room. His name was Suzumiya. Once upon a time, he was 21 years old. He was surrounded by forest and clearly had no idea where he was. Mazard Online is an MMORPG game that made gamers go crazy. So Suzumiya, who just graduated from college, spent all his time on it. After playing for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping, his headaches started to get worse. All the party members gathered together. The required item did not drop, and he played without sleep, and then suddenly felt lighter. When Suzumiya finally woke up, he found himself in this mysterious place. He was in his everyday clothes, but he had never seen this place before, and felt very light. He breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that it must have just been a dream. 4 nights without sleep was probably too much. Even for him, he must have just fallen asleep. He would have to apologize to his guildmates for this later. Suddenly, the hero saw strange animals that were eating something and looking at him with suspicion. They were 6-legged dogs, and they were not friendly. The dogs jumped up and rushed towards him, barking loudly. But in fact, they did not attack Suzumiya. The 6-legged dogs ran past. The hero thought that he must really be a gamer to the core, since he even dreams about game creatures. If you wanted to make a metaphor for this situation, it would be, quote, an abnormal status in real life. Suddenly, a black window with the character's characteristics appeared in front of Suzumiya. He flinched in surprise, but seemed to recognize this plate. It was a status window. But why did it appear here? Was it because he said the word status? The hero began to examine the sign carefully. Looking at him, Suzumiya realized that his MP seemed too high compared to others. He wondered what the average MP, magic points, was in this world. The window indicated that when the current number of points became less than the maximum, it was restored by 10% every minute. The average person in this world has 10 magic points. Suzumiya thought that he must be something special, but in reality it didn't matter at all, because everything that happened was just a dream. However, the window then showed additional information. It stated that Suzumiya was an alien, and he had talent for magic, martial arts, and so on. So he was a rank 10 alien. His abilities depended on how high a rank he had in the previous world. This affected many characteristics, such as his aptitude for magic. The hero could not understand. In what former world is this not a dream? On the other hand, everything seemed so realistic. The 6-legged dogs appeared from the forest again. There were 3 of them, and now they were heading towards the same clearing where Suzumiya was. One of the dogs growled, and the hero thought that everything was really realistic. Just like these dogs. This made him come to the conclusion that he needed to run immediately and get up from the place. After all, even in a dream, scary things are scary. He ran so fast that he surprised himself, much faster than usual. Was it all thanks to the alien skill? However, Suzumiya quickly realized that these dogs were as fast as he was. The dogs really did not lag behind, so as he ran, the hero desperately thought, what was wrong with these green dogs? Finally, he managed to climb a tree and sit down in a fork, where the dogs could not reach him. Suzumiya chuckled as he looked down at the dog, thinking that he was very happy with his improved jumping power. But he couldn't sit here forever. The hero needed to think of a way to escape from this forest. He turned to the abilities window again, assuming that he must have more useful skills. Among the abilities was analysis, which allowed the user to use evaluation on an object within sight. Suzumiya thought that with this, he would be able to see information about creatures. Here the hero realized something. Since he can use the skill without direct contact, then nothing prevents him from using it right now. When Suzumiya used the skill on the dog, he saw a window in the air with the characteristics of the skill and strength points of the animal. This monster was an F rank. The hero didn't know how strong such monsters were, but this dog had low intelligence combined with high strength, so he didn't want to fight him at all. Suzumiya decided to check what other skills he had. It turned out that his talent for magic allowed him to learn magic much faster than usual and strengthened fire spells, as well as the skill Swordmaster. But he still didn't know how to use magic, and he didn't have any weapons in his hands. Suzumiya decided to try something and reached his hand to the system window. First, he tried to summon the inventory, then an item. The second attempt was more successful. Something began to appear around the hero. He glanced at the system window where the numbers had changed abruptly. There was a 0 written there and the number 1012, but there was no other explanation. Suzumiya was delighted and thought that he knew it. He had something. But what does this number mean? This is the maximum number of magic points he can have. On the other hand, if 1012 is the maximum inventory capacity, then he has nothing. Also, like status and inventory, there may be hidden commands that he hasn't learned about yet. For example, maybe to use magic you need to cast spells. Suzumiya tried to summon a fireball by pointing his hand at the dog. It didn't work. The hero said that it would be much better if the flame itself appeared from his hands. Fire immediately appeared on his palm. He leaned aside. The young man thought that perhaps he had to imagine a spell to use magic. He squatted down in the fork of the tree and grabbed the trunk, thinking that there was nothing to stop him from trying. Suzumiya decided to try to imagine a fireball in his hand, and even bigger than the previous one. The hero realized that this had become fascinating to him. It would be foolish not to enjoy such abilities. All he had to do was imagine a fireball in his hand and shoot it at the green wolf. And that's what happened. The fireball slammed into the wolf's side, knocking him off his feet and instantly engulfing his entire body in flames. Suzumiya climbed down from the tree and said that he had indeed succeeded. He clenched his fists in joy. The hero exclaimed that it was excellent, and even seemed to hear some kind of musical sound. However, suddenly something caught his attention. The system window appeared in front of the boy again, and he realized that it was the sound of a level up. His maximum magic points had increased by 500, and his fire magic had increased by 1. Suddenly, he turned his attention back to the green wolf. Suzumiya exclaimed that the fire was continuing to spread. He even got burned by the flame. The hero began to turn his head in all directions, asking where the river was. Then he realized that he could use magic, and tried to imagine how water appeared from a fire hose. Water actually gushed out from Suzumiya's hands, extinguishing the burning wolf. The water magic column also gained a 1. The hero wondered if the feeling of something leaving his body was due to the fact that he had spent magic points, even though he did not have the maximum amount of these points. The magic seemed low-grade to him. The young man decided that he now needed to check his inventory. There were now 2 items there, a wolf and a plant. Suzumiya sat down straight on the ground. He chuckled and said that all this looked as if it was not a dream. He himself has read several times the works in which the hero ends up in another world. It seems that Suzumiya is like that now. His parents died 2 years ago in a car accident, he was lonely, and even the players left his favorite game. The hero put his hands on his knees and thought that even though he knew that he was in another world, he did not know how to return back. If he can't go back, he can live and have fun in this world. Suzumiya said he hopes this world won't be boring or gloomy. Suddenly a loud scream was heard. The hero jumped to his feet and moved in that direction, wondering if there was anyone nearby. He was very surprised when he reached the people who were screaming. It was the 6-legged dogs that attacked the caravan. 2 men fought off the dogs with a spear and a sword. They barked, growled, and showed no sign of giving up. Looking at this scene carefully, Suzumiya realized that these were green dogs. The young man decided that he had to help these people. However, he understood that at such a distance, water magic would not help in any way, and if he used fire magic, the cart would catch fire. Suzumiya decided that there was nothing he could do about this situation. Even though it would be his first time doing this, he had to at least try. The hero crouched down and placed his hand on the ground. He thought that he should first imagine something like the tip of a spear. He jumped up and waved his hand, directing the magic. Yes, the spearhead and the stone piercing the wolf were exactly what was needed. Suzumiya used earth magic. The stone spear struck the wolf in the side, knocking him down but shattered into pieces. The hero thought it might have broken. However, one way or another, the green dogs were confused and stopped attacking for a second. The young man was glad that he had managed to buy some time. This gave the men near the wagon an opportunity to attack the wolves. One of them speared the wolf. Suzumiya was delighted. The green wolf growled, and one of the men said that there was still one big wolf left, and they had to attack it together. The men began to attack in pairs, one of them still using a spear and the other a sword. Together they struck the last wolf. This blow was decisive. The green dog lost the battle. The men sat down to rest. They had won and were now safe. Suzumiya appeared in the clearing next to them. Suzumiya was impressed. One of the men said that the hero had saved them, and now they were grateful for the help. He added that it seemed like the boy had come from the forest, but he didn't look like an adventurer. It was unclear why he was in the forest. The hero replied that when he woke up, he was already in the forest and remembered little, so he did not know how he ended up here. He thought that such a story would be quite suitable. One of the men suggested that he was probably attacked by monsters, although he seemed to be fine. Suzumiya said that was not the case. The man called out to someone named San. A man with blonde hair and a mustache emerged from the carriage. He addressed Suzumiya, asking if he had saved their caravan and saying that he was grateful for it. The man said that his name was Karak and that he was a merchant. When Suzumiya introduced himself, his name surprised the man, and he asked him to repeat it. The second time, the boy said that he could be called Kaede. The merchant said that if the hero had amnesia, he could help him. He said that if Suzumiya had money, he could confirm his identity. However, the hero had no money. Then Karak assumed that the hero had lost his things in the forest and said that without an ID card, he would not be able to enter the city. He gave the young man a bag of money, saying that it could be used as a deposit and a contribution to the guild. When Suzumiya looked into the bag, he realized that it was full of shiny silver coins. The young man asked if these were silver coins, but the merchant thought that was not enough. However, that was not what Suzumiya had in mind. It became clear that the young man had forgotten about the local currency as well. Then a blonde girl in a black and white dress appeared from the carriage. She asked if he was Kaede-san. The girl introduced herself by saying that her name was Sally. She was the administrator of the guild of the city of Ain. She suggested calling her Sally. The receptionist said that she didn't want to leave Suzumiya here and offered to take him with her. The merchant didn't mind. When the young man got into the cart, Sally began to explain everything from the beginning. She said that they were now on a forest road near Ain. Based on the outcome of her story, it could be said that they were now near the forest south of the city of Ain. And monsters usually appear near the forest, so Sally and the merchant had bodyguards. Suzumiya also learned about the currency of this world. It turned out that iron coins have the least value, then silver, gold, and large gold. Sally explained it all to him. She quickly decided that was all, and Suzumiya thanked the girl for the explanation. Suddenly, something fell next to him. The hero thought that there was quite a lot of stuff in this cart. Why was all this needed? After all, there was inventory in this world. He asked the male merchant about this. He replied that this skill can only be used by those with magic talents. Time stops in the inventory, so it is convenient for merchants, but mages are high-ranking adventurers and are expensive to hire. Suzumiya was reminded of the analysis skill, which could also hide his skills and other information. He decided that it would be better to hide his skills, which looked rare, and not stand out. Finally, the cart arrived at a large gate. On the sign above, it was written in large letters that this was the city of Ain. The guard who met them was wearing armor and holding a long spear. He yawned and asked to see his ID. Kaede hesitated, and Sally explained for him that he didn't have an ID. The guard was surprised and said that in that case they needed 1 silver coin as collateral, and he would give them something to touch. It was a large metal plate. Sally said that this magical instrument evaluates the person who touches it to prevent bandits from entering the city. The girl said that the money would be returned upon presentation of the guild card. This shouldn't have been a problem since San had already provided the money for the guild registration fee. Suzumiya thanked Sally and thought that she must be a very nice person. When the young man touched the magical object, his name, age, race, gender, level of magic, and lack of a criminal record were displayed there. Looking at it, he asked if it was good and thought that he could read it all. It was probably because of his other world language skill. Besides, the hero thought that he could also communicate with Salye without any problems. He probably translates what the hero says and vice versa. The guard said that he saw no problems. However, something suddenly surprised him. He jumped up and, apologizing for his rudeness, said that the young man had a last name. This surprised everyone, including Sally. Then the guard said that this young man must be of noble blood. Suzumiya realized that he was probably mistaken for a nobleman because he had a family name. Now that it was mentioned, he wondered if Karak, Sag, and Salye-san had only given their first names when they introduced themselves, and what if that was actually their full name, and only a nobleman could have a last name? By accessing the system window, he was able to check the skills and data of Salya and Kaede-san. Suzumiya realized that, as he thought, the two of them had no last name. The girl asked him to look into his status. She didn't see anything unusual, only a name was written. When the guard looked at it again, he didn't see a last name either. The guard apologized for his mistake and greeted the young man again, but the young man only laughed. Suzumiya thought that he had actually hidden his last name using the skill analysis. The young man knew he had to be careful when presenting his details. Finally, they reached the Adventurers Guild, or rather its branch, which was located in the city of Ain. Suzumiya stood at the reception desk. The girl who met him there was about to repeat her words again. It was Sally. She thanked him again for his help and informed him that upon registering as an adventurer, he would receive a guild card that he could use instead of an ID to take guild quests. The hero thought that he needed to earn money to live in this world, so he was willing to pay the registration fee. Sally asked him to touch the box, which had the same evaluation function as the gate. When Suzumiya touched the box, he realized that it contained more detailed information. The girl simply smiled and thanked him for it. Suddenly, her face showed great surprise. However, when the hero asked if everything was okay, she said that nothing had happened. Stuttering a little, Sally promised to explain the aspects of the guild. She said it was very important, so they had to listen carefully. The girl handed him a guild card. She said that from top to bottom it listed name, race, and gender, and below that was rank. The lowest rank was G, and the highest was S. Suzumi was a G rank. Sally explained that the rank increase is determined by the guild based on the quests completed, starting from rank D. He also has to pass the guild test to get a rank increase. The girl said that the third line of the card contains his criminal record. However, the only word that can be there is the word bandit, which is the name for anyone who does something illegal. Sally said that the fourth line contains the history of completed quests, the fifth line contains the history of defeated monsters. When a quest is completed, it automatically appears on the map. If the hero defeats the bandit, he will appear in the history of defeated monsters. Also, Sally said that even if he kills the bandit in a duel, he will not become a bandit himself. The fact that bandits are treated like monsters here amazed Suzumiya. The girl put her hand on her heart and said in conclusion that now it was necessary to find out whether the guild card was fake, since it was impossible to falsify it. She informed him that if the hero tried to forge even one, he would be executed. This scared Suzumiya. So Sally said that was all the explanation about the guild card, and asked, "Are there any more questions?" There were no questions. So now he was an adventurer. The girl said that she hoped that Kaede-san would always remember his duties as a guild member. He promised this and thanked her for the explanation. After he left, another employee of this branch of the guild approached Sally, looking at her carefully. She said that people rarely called the girl Sally, and that it seemed she had finally found a good man. Sally asked her to return to work. But it was true, Sally really did think she had finally found the one. He seemed like he was from another world. Plus, he had a talent for magic and martial arts, something she had never seen before. But the most important thing she thought was that her intuition told her that Kaede-san was her destiny. When the other girls tried to talk to her, she was flying in her thoughts. As night fell on the city, Suzumiya lay in the inn recommended by the soldier at the gate and rested. He found the room quite good for the price. He called up the system window after thinking about it, and saw that there was not only a green wolf in the inventory, but also some unknown herb. The hero had no doubts when he helped the bodyguards in the battle, and although everything went well, he could have died. Suzumiya decided that this was reckless, and he would have to be more careful in the future. There were bandits and even duels in this world. Could he survive here? In the morning, the hero went outside and stretched. The streets smelled delicious. He thought he was hungry, because he hadn't eaten anything since he got here. Suzumiya realized where the smell was coming from and decided to go into the room. There he was met by friendly workers. There were many beautifully dressed girls in the room. They all turned to Suzumiya and said that he was the first customer today. Suzumiya was shocked. They were elven maids. He asked excitedly for a menu or something similar. The girls replied that the menu was on the table and everything was very tasty. Suzumiya nervously clutched the menu in his hands and looked around, wondering if these were really elves or maybe not. He realized that there was nothing like this in the previous world, and all his worries disappeared. Looking at the girls around him, He thought that he was definitely going to enjoy this world. When the hero ate, he thought it was very tasty, but now it was time to go to the guild and take a couple of quests. Suzumiya knew that if he wanted to explore the city's outskirts, he would need to buy equipment. He knew that the money he had received would not last long. Sometime later, in some courtyard, he despairingly put his hands on his knees and said that he was lost. Suzumiya felt like he had somehow wandered into an abandoned area. These places seemed creepy to him, and he realized that he would have to ask around for a way to leave this place quickly. The young man knocked on the next door and opened it. When he entered, he apologized for the intrusion. He asked if they could help him get out of this place. A man with a beard sitting next to the door asked who told him about this place, and the young man jumped back in fear. Looking at this man, he thought that he was big. Maybe this man was a dwarf. The hero answered that no one told him about this place, he just wanted to know the direction. The man replied that it was a gun store, but if the young man was not interested in weapons, then he should leave. Suzume thought that this man was very unfriendly. However, he was really interested in weapons. The hero replied that he was just thinking about buying a new weapon. The man then asked what his budget was. Suzume replied that he had 13,000 taels, but he planned to earn more. The man replied that he couldn't even buy a knife for that kind of money, but seeing the boy's movements, he assumed that he had a talent for magic. The young man was surprised. Could this man really understand everything so easily, just by looking at his movements? He replied that when he woke up in the forest, he was penniless and had lost his memory. However, the man interrupted him, saying that the boy's problems did not concern him. However, the fact that he did not die in the forest made him stronger. The merchant said that it seemed that a one-handed sword and shield might suit Suzumi. If he wants, he can pay 15,000, but only if he doesn't tell anyone about this place. The man said that the only reason he didn't kick the boy out right away was because he looked talented enough to become a swordsman in the future. Suzumiya thought he was being considerate, even if he seemed rude. Perhaps that was a dwarven trait. He promised to return when he had enough money. However, halfway through the journey, Suzumi had to turn back. He still did not know the way. Eventually, he managed to return to the guild. There, he was greeted by girls who were carrying stacks of books somewhere. The hero asked Sally for a couple of quests, and she promised to provide them. The girl called him to follow her. She said that to take the quest, you just need to take the request from the task board and bring it to her. She advised to take only those that matched the rank. Suzumi's rank was E, so he could gather herbs, be a laborer or a loader, and Roy chose to gather herbs. Sally informed him that he needed to collect a very important herb called Zunana, which could be used as an anti-hemorrhagic agent. This herb was sold for 30 telephone each. Suzumiya thought that was very cheap. Sally replied that the Zunana grass is not rare but the most common, it just grows scattered, and the grass that surrounds it is poisonous, so it is difficult to collect. Sally said it was cheap because most people brought herbs they found by accident. Suzumi wondered how you could find herbs by accident. Suddenly remembering the mysterious herb in his inventory, he showed it to the girl. Sally confirmed that this is what the Zunana herb looks like. The hero realized that it was she who grew in the forest where he was transported. If you don't go deep into this forest, then the monsters won't be scary for him. He thanked the girl for the explanation and said that he knew where to look for her. However, after some time he became exhausted and exclaimed that he could not find this herb. In despair, the hero thought that he had not counted on the fact that there was grass everywhere and that everything he found would be poisonous grass. He thought that if the effect of the grass was strong, he would take it, but the grass only caused pain in the stomach. In addition, Suzumiya couldn't use the analysis skill. He wondered how he could find the Zunana grass among these plants. He closed his eyes and suggested that he might have some kind of radar that would help him find the right plant. However, no matter how hard the young man tried, he couldn't do anything. He said that it was not good, but suddenly something clicked nearby. He looked up and saw a triangle in the sky. Suzumiya said he didn't know what the sign was. He approached it and saw that there was Zunana grass growing underneath it. The young man thought that if the grass was nearby, he could find it. When he looked around, he saw many triangles pointing to the grass. Soon, he placed a whole bunch of this grass in front of Sally. She was surprised, as were the other workers. The girl said that he had collected a lot. Did he really mix it all with poisonous grass? But Suzumiya answered honestly that it was not so, he had simply used his skills. He added that he also complied with the request requirement, and the stems were more than 15 centimeters long. The grass must be growing very quickly. Sally asked to wait a minute to check and quickly began to sort through the grass. In the end, the girl said in surprise that it looked like it was all really zonin grass. She asked in surprise how he was able to collect 203 pieces, and what exactly he meant by his skills. The hero remembered that he hadn't had this skill when she tested him, and he stuttered to justify himself by saying that he had used his instincts to evaluate the herb. Sally leaned towards him with delight, saying that it was hard to believe. Besides, she clearly heard that he said exactly about the evaluation skill. Suzumiya asked the girl to calm down. He had to admit that he did indeed have this skill, but it just didn't show up on the status window, which is why he had collected so many. Sally apologized. She was lost in surprise, because she had never heard of skills that were not displayed on the status window. Suzumiya thought with relief that it was close. He thanked the girl and left. She waved back and thought it was all very mysterious. Soon Suzumiya was back at that yard. He knocked on the door, and when he entered, he said he had come to buy a shield. He shouted loudly to get attention. The man told him to shut up, come in, and just wait. Looking around, the hero saw a sign that said the man's name was Doverag. Meanwhile, he was concentrating on forging something, holding it with tongs and lowering it into cold water. The strip of steel that the man lowered into the water began to steam. The hero was surprised. The man sat up and said that he had finally finished this thing. He turned to the young man, asking if he had any money. He replied that he had enough for a shield and that he could use magic, so the shield would be very useful to him. The dwarf asked in surprise that he could use magic, because given his talent for magic, he could become a swordsman, but otherwise his hands would be replaced by a staff. He said that he really had a talent for magic. However, the hero asked if he should use the staff. The man replied that he had never seen a person with such talent. Although the young man could use magic without a staff, it was difficult to concentrate on its action. The dwarf said that magic was powerful without a staff, but useless if he couldn't hit the enemy. The hero thought that the staff made magic faster. He realized that with the speed of his magic, he could hit the target without the staff, but if she became even faster with the staff, then he would become even stronger. Suzumiya decided that he would need to buy a staff later. He was interrupted by a man who advised him not to relax and said that he had seen many talented people die because of carelessness. He thought that this man was truly kind. Doverag offered the young man to try holding the shield. However, it turned out that this one was too heavy, and the man suggested another one. Suzumiya replied that this one was indeed better, and thought that Doverag was again just watching and understanding everything. Finally, a suitable shield was found. Suzumiya replied that this shield really suited him, and looked great. The shield seemed to have become a part of his body, and the dwarf was truly a master of his craft. However, there was something that needed to be discussed. The hero approached the dwarf about the sword. The dwarf asked if he had any special requests. The hero simply wanted to ask if the man tempered the sword. He was interested in the process of creation. This question surprised the dwarf. He suggested that the sword should be heated after the blow, and then cooled quickly. This is exactly what Suzumiya thought. However, the sword's shape was distorted. The dwarf guessed that the sword was fragile. He tapped his finger on the blade. He was very surprised. The sword was hard. The man said that it was simply amazing. The dwarf said he understood how it worked. The distortions could be eliminated depending on how the sword was softened. However, he was worried that the sword could easily break because it was too hard. The hero suggested heating the sword at a lower temperature, and if it was cooled slowly, perhaps it would soften. However, he said he did not know the exact temperature. The dwarf replied that he understood everything. He said that he had no idea where the young man had learned it, but it sounded interesting. He said that he would close his shop now because he wanted to test it. He advised the young man to come back in 2 days and promised that if he could make a quality sword, he would give it to him for free. As he left, the young man thought that the customer service here was really bad, but now everything may be fine, and it looks like the man is happy. The next day, Suzumiya went out into the city. He was interested in the discussion from yesterday, so he decided to check on the adventurers in the city. He didn't want to use the assessment on them, but he was looking for information. He thought that, speaking of status, the people here were at most level 30. Surprisingly, there was not much difference between the points of a mage and another adventurer. Here, no one had talent for magic or martial arts among the entry-level adventurers, and most of the mages only had one attribute. There were no specialized shops either. The clothes in this world were also special. Oddly enough, they could be easily cleaned with plain water. It was really convenient. Suzumiya thought that it would have been easier for him to wash his clothes himself. Besides, he really wanted to take a bath. That made him miss the old world. While collecting Zunana grass, Suzumiya discovered that it was already evening and dark outside. He hung his head, thinking that he was too focused on collecting this herb and it would be better to go home. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The young man barely managed to dodge the green wolf, which jumped out at him with a growl as if from nowhere. He clenched his fists and looked around. The young man thought that since it was a green wolf, it had gone too deep into the forest. He should have shot it when it landed. Suzumiya decided to use a fireball. He hit the wolf right with it. However, his face showed surprise. 2 other wolves were running from afar. They were growling and aggressive. Suzumiya clutched his shield in his hand, looking at them from the side. He looked around and realized that the dogs were surrounding him from all sides. There were at least 4 of them. They were all growling and attacking him. Suzumi used a fireball. After that, he heard the sound of the level rising and realized that he only had 2 dogs left to deal with. However, when he saw only 1 wolf attacking him, it was strange. He didn't even have time to think about where the second wolf was when it jumped on top of him. The young man barely had time to put up his shield. The wolf began to scratch him with its paws, leaving scratches. The second wolf attacked at the same time. The hero chuckled. He thought that to use magic, he only needed to imagine it. After that, it could be created. He remembered that he could use the stone spear, and used it. All the directed stone spears flew out in all directions at once, capturing each of the wolves. The wolves flew to the side, and, plowing the ground with their claws, tried to stay in place. Suzumiya stood up and exhaled. He thought he hadn't been paying attention enough, and it was close. Soon, the young man again caused surprise among his entourage. This time, it was not only the guild members who were shocked. He again placed in front of Sally a huge bunch of grass, which he had been looking for all day. She counted them and said that there were 697 stalks of Zunana grass. The girl was speechless. She said that she had already learned to throw away common sense when it came to Suzumiya. She asked if the young man had been collecting it all day, since he would only receive 20,910 telephone for it. He lowered his head in embarrassment and said that it was true. He was so focused on collecting grass that he didn't notice how he had gone deep into the forest and survived an attack by a pack of green wolves. Sally was scared. She asked if the hero was okay, but he replied that he was fine, even though there were 5 wolves there that he killed with magic. Sally asked in surprise if he really used magic, because it was amazing. She said that magic is not effective against groups of monsters, and asked how he was able to defeat them. Suzumiya was surprised in response. He said that he simply dodged and also used his shield to reflect them with magic. Sally replied that it was not easy, because firstly, you need to concentrate and not move for about 3 seconds to cast magic. She said that if he used a shield to protect himself, then he should have concentrated. Suzumiya thought that this wasn't the first time he heard this, because Lassiasan had said something like this before. The girl added that what was more important was that he was indeed fine. She said that if he needed a potion or a healing spell, she could call a mage. However, Suzumiya was fine. He thought that having a healing spell was a good thing and decided that he needed to learn more about magic. The young man thought he was regenerating mana at a rate of over 2 per minute. It would be foolish to use cheap spells in that case. He thought he needed strong magic, and perhaps a healing spell. He confidently clenched his hands into fists. Suzumiya decided that from now on he would develop magic. He put his hand on his heart and thought that from now on, his goal was to become a sword mage with his skills. Suzumiya went into the forest where he decided to test his magic. Currently, he needed search-type magic to make up for his lack of knowledge of the area. He decided to present it as if he was releasing his magic outward, and he was in the center of the ring. He then decided to imagine the magical energy coming out of his hand and reaching the nearest tree. As soon as the magic reached the tree, Suzumiya realized and even said out loud that he could feel its bark. He was delighted and said that he thought he understood everything. Suzumiya decided to try to expand the radius of consciousness. He saw animals and snakes, trees, their fruits, birds, and grass. It was too much information at once. The young man realized that he could not handle it. He ended up lying on the ground, thinking about how he couldn't use it in a real fight. He felt like his head was going to explode from the overload of information in it. Then he sat down on the ground and thought, perhaps this happened because he had not decided what exactly he wanted to find. The hero decided to try again. He put his hand to his forehead and tried to spread the magical energy around. He tried to filter it using information analysis. When he succeeded in doing this, the young man realized that the way the magic manifested itself had changed. A window appeared in front of him, similar to a circular map, but it showed only one object that he was looking for. The range was limited. He superimposed the maps to find different objects on top of each other, and everything worked out. He happily said that the primitive radar was ready. It seemed that this magic was called perception magic. The young man thought that he would need magic points to expand the range, but to maintain the range, he would spend money. He thought that now he would not be ambushed. Suzumiya remembered that 3 days ago, Dovurag-san said that he would give the sword back when it was finished. Suzumiya thought that it was time to go to him and learn about the tempering process. When he appeared at the threshold of the forge and asked how his sword was, the dwarf said that the sword was ready. The man said that tempering could do amazing things. Coal iron was quite strong, but tempered iron was even stronger. The boy thought that by coal iron, he probably meant steel. This meant that what the blacksmith had used before might have been wrought iron or something similar. Wrought iron would not show a noticeable effect after hardening, unlike steel. The blacksmith said that since he had promised to give the sword for free, why not let the boy take the sword he had made yesterday? Dover said that it was one of his best works and that the boy could use it until he received a special material. The blacksmith handed the sword to the boy and asked him to try swinging it. He looked pleased with his work. Hesitantly taking the sword, the young man actually tried to swing it. He thought he didn't know how to handle a sword. The young man gripped the handle with all his might and lunged. The swing was impressive. Surprised by his own actions, he thought that his body moved very easily. The blacksmith rubbed his beard contentedly. The man said that from the way Suzumiya swings his sword, he doesn't look like a newbie. As he thought, the boy must have been a swordsman before he lost his memory, since he knows how to use a sword and can become stronger. The young man just laughed to himself. He thought that this talent for martial arts was simply incredible. He told the blacksmith that the sword did feel good in his hand, but he wasn't sure he could handle it. The man, rubbing his beard, said it was a small price to pay, since he could now make better swords. He added that the young man had taught him something like a secret technique. He asked if he was really willing to give him the special technology for free. The young man replied that he didn't even mind its distribution. After all, the techniques were created to be used. The young man thought that in any case, it wouldn't make things worse for him. The dwarf replied that these were appropriate words for a young man and promised that if anything was needed in the future, he would help. He also said that it occurred to him that the young man did not appear to be a mage. But then why had he not seen the young man in armor? Suzumiya realized that he was so pleased with the shield that he had completely forgotten about the need to wear armor. He said that since it was on the subject, he really wanted light armor, something that wouldn't restrict his movement. The blacksmith replied that leather armor would do. He added that although he only worked with sheet metal armor, he knew a master leather worker. Having said this, he sent the young man to them. As he left the forge, Suzumiya thought, would this dwarf be like Dovurag-san or not? When he entered the room, he was met by a girl in an apron. She asked Suzumiya if he was a rookie adventurer. The hero thought the girl looked like a clerk. He replied that he was indeed an adventurer, and that he had been sent for the armor by Dovurag-san. The girl who met him noticed the sword Suzumit. She immediately understood who made this sword and asked to look at it. The young man readily handed over the sword. He thought that she must have noticed all these small details. The girl carefully examined the weapon. Suddenly she threw a piece of cloth into the air. Before it could fall, she cut it in half with her sword. The girl noticed that the sword was really sharp. Suzumi wondered if she was in her right mind to use things like that. He realized that there was no one else in the room. Could this really be the master Dovura had spoken of? The girl added that the sword was indeed made by this dwarf, and that it was the first time she had seen such high-quality steel. Suzumiya noticed that the girl called herself Boku. She, meanwhile, said that a good sword also needs good armor, and she only needs to know what material the boy prefers. When he asked what materials were available for making armor, the craftswoman pointed to the wall where samples of materials were hanging. She said that one of them was garden leather. The girl said that the skin costs about 15,000 bodies, but has excellent protection and weighs much less than iron armor and has no outstanding weaknesses. This material is one of her favorites. She said there was a cheaper option, green wolf skin, but that material had lower protection and was vulnerable to fire. The master said that one hit from simple fire magic would be a disaster for the owner of such armor, so she did not advise choosing wolfskin. The girl said that she simply had no other options, because she had previously made armor from the customer's materials, so the choice was probably the skin of a curtain. Suzumiya agreed with her. The craftswoman said that since she mainly sold equipment to beginning adventurers, she did not have the money to store expensive items. The hero thought she was very proud of this, and he did not understand why. He noticed the armor standing in the corner. It was black with a gray cape covering one shoulder. The girl touched her cheek with her finger a little nervously. She said that this armor uses the owner's magic points without permission to activate defensive magic automatically. But most people can't activate this magic for more than 30 minutes, so the armor became a decoration in the store. Therefore, the armor became a decoration in the store. Suzumiya thought that armor that uses the owner's magic points was ideal for him. He used his appraisal ability and immediately saw that it was a prototype of magical protective clothing that absorbed 20 points of magic per hour. The hero realized that it would be enough for his regeneration. So the young man decided to ask how good the armor's protection was and what its price was. The girl replied that the armor was as strong as a garden skin, so it could be sold for the same price. She folded her arms across her chest and, clearly nervous, asked if Suzumiya was really going to buy the armor. She said she didn't recommend it. The hero replied that he just wanted to try out the armor, and if it was too bad, he would just buy leather armor. The craftswoman smiled and, after a brief thought, replied that in that case, everything should be fine. She soon took measurements and said that the armor should be ready by tomorrow evening, so Suzumiya should come when the evening bell rang. Before leaving, he asked if there was anything else for sale besides armor. He explained that he was thinking of buying a staff today. The girl replied that if he wanted a staff, he should go to the magic shop next door. Then a buzzing sound was heard. Black pixels appeared in the space, from which a real door began to grow from the bottom up. It opened, and a girl in a tall black hat with a magic staff appeared. The girl asked if she had been summoned. The craftswoman angrily demanded that no one enter her shop without permission. The new guest asked why not, if everything was fine. Suzumiya thought that was surprising. He realized that it was indeed a magician, and that the girl also looked like a real magician. In turn, she smiled and introduced herself, saying that her name was Aura. She turned to Suzumiya, asking if he needed the staff. The craftswoman replied that he did, and that Doverag-san had recommended the place to the young man, and the hero thought that he had not known that the dwarf was so famous. Era grabbed his hand and said that in that case, he simply had to go to the store with her. Pulling the guy along, she added that she sold a lot of different things. As she led him and the craftswoman through the door, Suzumiya gasped in delight. He was greeted by spiral staircases and magical lanterns hanging from the ceiling. Ara led him to a wall lined with various staffs, and asked what kind of staff Suzumiya wanted for himself. He said in confusion that there were too many types, and asked how they were all different. And Ra replied that the general trend was that the longer the staff, the higher the speed of magic. She grabbed one of them and said that the difficulty of control was proportional to the length of the staff, so you should choose a staff that is more comfortable. The standard length was from 60 to 120 centimeters. The sorceress took a staff from the wall and said that this was a slower version, 60 centimeters long. When used, the speed would increase tenfold, and it was convenient to use in small spaces. Suzumiya said he understood and asked if there was a staff that increased speed 3 times. Both Ara and the tanner reacted strangely to this statement. Ara said that she did not have such a staff, because not only would it be useless because it could not injure the enemy, but its size would be only 20 centimeters. Suzumiya replied that his magic was already fast enough without a staff, so he thought that triple acceleration would be enough. He added that using a shield and sword would limit the size of the staff, which would not get in the way. Ara laughed at the young man's words about using a sword and shield. She said that since he was such an interesting person, she could make him such a staff by tomorrow. But she refused to take responsibility if the staff turned out to be useless. Suzumiya realized that his words sounded strange, and remembered that Sally had mentioned that people needed to concentrate to use magic. It made sense that a magic swordsman would be a rare thing in this world. The hero thought that, whatever the case, if Ara could make him the staff he wanted, then he would be happy. Suzumiya pointed to one of the staffs and asked if it would be a good idea to cut off 20 centimeters from it. In response, Ara burst out laughing. Through her laughter, she squeezed out that the staffs had functions on different parts, so they couldn't be shortened. The young man didn't understand anything from this answer, but he thought that it seemed quite normal not to understand it. Ara couldn't calm down, and Suzumiya thought that his equipment would be ready by tomorrow. He couldn't wait for it. Soon Sally approached the hero. She wanted to talk to him about rank promotion. When the boy asked about it again, she clarified that she also wanted to ask about the Zunane grass and the incident with the green wolves. Sally said that Kaede-san's contribution to the guild was considered sufficient for promotion. However, it turns out that adventurers are required to have different levels of experience and must complete at least one of the routine requests to be promoted for the first time. Sally said that if Kaede-san wanted to get promoted, he should think about taking on the task of a loader, cleaner, or nanny. Suzumiya replied that he understood and turned to the task boards. For his rank, there were tasks such as garbage collection and cargo transportation. Suddenly, something caught the hero's attention. He chose a task and told Sally about it. She replied that he had chosen a rather strange task. It was transporting iron ore. She said it shouldn't be a problem because it was also a routine task, but it was very unpopular, like picking Zunana grass. Sally said that given the weight and distance required for this request, there were better tasks. She asked if the hero wanted to take this particular task. Suzumiya thought that this quest didn't seem worth doing, but he replied that he had an inventory, so it should be fine. He asked Sally if she knew how the inventory capacity was changed. She replied that it must be related to its maximum magic points when first opened. Suzumiya thought about it. He realized that the number of slots he could have in his inventory was proportional to his initial magic points and equal to 1,012 slots, each with a capacity limit. He wondered how much weight he could put in his inventory. The hero decided that this request was a jackpot for him. Then he decided to go on this mission. Soon Suzumiya was already puffing as he ran, and some animal with long ears barely managed to jump aside in fright. He thought that with such speed he could beat Olympic marathon runners. The hero's current speed was 20 kilometers per hour. Suzumiya understood that since he had leveled up, he could even run without stopping for a whole day, even though he didn't want to do that. Here he came across a man who was carrying something and addressed him with the words that he was here fulfilling a request from the guild. The man asked to show him a map of the guild. After examining it, the man replied that it looked quite plausible. Then he gave the young man the iron ore and told him to take away as much as he could. At first, the man with the ore thought that this young adventurer seemed somehow frail. Perhaps he would not even be okay. Then fear and surprise appeared on his face. He asked how much Suzumiya could fit into his inventory right now. He replied that it was about 1,500 kilograms. The man asked in surprise if his equipment was really that big, and added that even he himself could not carry more than 200 kilograms. Suzumiya realized that this was a standard for inventories. He replied that his inventory was probably larger than others, and he didn't even know how much more he could fit in it. The man replied that, however, there was a shortage of carriers for a number of reasons, and he would appreciate it if the hero helped transport the ore in the future. Suzumiya would be pleased. Finally, one slot was filled. It held 12 kilograms. The man replied that it was quite a lot. However, Suzumiya was still able to collect ore. The man was very surprised by this. The hero replied that this was only one full slot, and he had over 1,000 still free slots. The man asked if he was the embodiment of a chest or something like that, but he himself wants to be a man. In the smelter, someone was calling for the boss's attention, asking him to look at Suzumiya and the ore he had brought. He unloaded all the ore he had brought, and in the end it came out to about 10 tons. The man who met the hero was shocked to say that the storage was full, and asked how many trips the hero had made. He replied that he had made only one. Suzumiya thought he could carry much more, but the man stopped him after filling the 5th slot. He was then told that if the hero took any more, there would be no more storage space. In the end, when the guild's evaluation was over, the young man received an F rank. Sally couldn't believe the materials that stated that he had carried 10 tons. The next day, Suzumiya went to the merchants. The armor fit him perfectly, but Ara did not believe that the short staff could be used in any way. Suzumiya said that this was more than enough. Finally, his equipment was completely ready. Ara giggled and handed him the staff. It fit in both her palms. When the hero said it was pretty cute, the girl burst out laughing. So Suzumiya was fully equipped, and it was time to test it all in battle. He was going to go deep into the forest. Here the young man slowed down because he heard a beep from his radar. He looked around and saw a pack of green wolves. In fact, there were not 2 or 3 of them, but a whole huge flock, which covered the entire clearing with their backs. Suzumiya noted that there could be more than 300, maybe even 500 of them. He doubted that he could handle them. On the other hand, if they accidentally followed him, he might inadvertently lead them to the city. The hero realized that he had no choice but to fight, and he resorted to his abilities. He decided to use the Magic Point Regeneration Acceleration Potion that had gathered dust in the magic shop. It accelerated the natural regeneration of magic points by 10 times for 3 hours. For ordinary mages, this item was useless, but Suzumiya was not an ordinary mage and could benefit from this item. He waved his hand and sent a flurry of stone spears at the wolves. Their faces reflected surprise. Suzumiya exclaimed that it worked. When he researched magic, he learned 5 things about it. He knew he could channel more MP into his magic, increasing his firepower accordingly, though the area of effect did not increase proportionally. The hero thought he just needed to use a lot of spells. He used a fireball. The fire engulfed the green wolves, while Suzumiya continued to attack with stone spears. The wolves growled as they came under attack, but they did not stop and tried to break through to Suzumiya. The young man materialized a sword in his hand and rushed to attack, covering himself with a shield. He flew through the line of green wolves, attacking them with his sword, and successfully defeated several of them. In the end, his clothes were tattered and covered in black spots. The hero said that everything was as expected from green wolves. Sitting on a rock, surrounded by defeated monsters, he said that everyone was heading straight for him. Suzumiya ran his finger over the scratch on his cheek. He said it had only been 3 minutes. The hero added that these 3 minutes were not wasted. Many of his skills increased during this time. The young man thought that there were quite a few wolves after all. There were as many as 513 wolves. He was surprised that they gathered in such packs. He said that it didn't matter anyway, and he just needed to go back and tell Sally-san. But first, he needed to gather the wolves. Heavy footsteps and a roar were heard. Some kind of armored monster was walking through the forest, waving its thick tail. Sally asked the young man in surprise if he had really killed 513 green wolves. She asked him where he found so many wolves. Suzumiya replied that he found them after 15 minutes of wandering through the forest. He asked if it was strange to find such a pack. Sally replied that green wolves usually don't gather in such large packs. She added that 100 in a pack is still considered the norm, but 500 is no longer. The hero thought that he was probably unlucky, or maybe lucky, because he had gained quite a lot of experience. Sally said that thank God the hero was safe and asked if he wanted to sell his loot, as she could buy about 100. Suzumi agreed to sell 100, and the next day he returned to the blacksmith and asked to check the condition of his sword and shield. The blacksmith happily agreed. Looking at the sword, the man said he could see that the boy had been hunting green wolves and appeared to have been doing so for more than 2 days. He added that from the scratches on the shield, it was clear that the green wolves had done it, and from the sword, it was clear that he had defeated many monsters. In addition, the sword looked as if there were hundreds of monsters. According to the blacksmith, when he first saw the young man, he did not think that he was capable of such a feat. Suzumiya thought that it had never occurred to him before that blacksmiths were so amazing. He replied that he thought he had wielded the sword correctly, and that his status had therefore risen. The blacksmith replied that even so, it was unlikely that he would rise enough for the boy to wield the sword better. Having repaired the sword, the blacksmith gave it to the hero and said that he had only repaired it because the shield was still in good order, and advised him to be careful with the shield. Then he added that he still advised changing the sword for another one. Suzumi was surprised. The blacksmith explained that even if the sword was quite strong, it was still not iron, and was much weaker than a sword made of a special metal. And given the hero's skills, he should have a spare sword with him. Suzumiya replied that he understood and thought that the material of rare monsters might be something like a dragon. He asked what the price would be if he wanted a dragon sword. The blacksmith replied that if it was a dragon sword, then no less than 4 billion telephone. Suzumiya was very surprised. The blacksmith explained that dragons only have 5 body parts suitable for creating a sword. He added that dragons are so rare that they are considered legendary, and it is simply impossible to put a price on such things. If a dragon appeared, some countries would be destroyed, and the world would be plunged into chaos. Suzumiya realized that dragon material was hard to come by, and asked what material would be best. The blacksmith replied that if sharpness was important, it would be better to use a sword made of iron lizard metal. Suzumiya asked who it was. The blacksmith explained that it was a B-rank monster, a large lizard covered in hard metal. He said that the metal covering the skin is the material needed for a sword. However, they are really strong and ordinary swordsmen don't stand a chance against them. He said that if the young man wanted a sword made of such material, the price would be from 5 million. In addition, in terms of physical resistance, metal lizards are better than dragons. Suzumiya thought that the lizards were powerful, but it didn't matter because he wouldn't find any anyway. He said that even if he decided to hunt them, it would be far in the future. And the next day, Suzumiya went to the guild gate again and found it closed. The notice said that any adventurer who could fight should go to the forest gate. There were many people at the gate, including Sally-san, to whom Suzumiya turned to ask what had happened. She said that after the news of the green wolves was spread yesterday, several adventurers went out to investigate and discovered that a crowd of monsters was heading towards the city. She thanked Suzumiya for giving them time to prepare. The hero realized that they were gathering adventurers to fight monsters. He thought that from the way Sally said it, it was a large group of monsters, and it was good that they had noticed her approach in time. He asked if it was just a defensive fight. Sally replied that they couldn't just defend the gate because the monsters included gargons, which were known for their high penetration power, so Suzumiya had to help on the front lines and then get a reward. Suzumiya asked if they really wanted to send a newbie to the front lines. Sally replied that he was one of the most powerful adventurers in this city, even though he had only recently become an adventurer. Because they were surrounded by only weak monsters, their branch guild was also weak. They needed Suzumi's help. The hero said that in that case, there was nothing to be done, and he understood everything. Sally thanked him for his help, and said that he would be one of the strongest pillars supporting their plan. Several men appeared and told the girl that they were ready. She replied that she understood and sent the men with Kaede-san to the front lines. However, before she could finish this sentence, Suzumiya took off and disappeared into the forest. He wondered how he could be asked to go to the front lines without getting hurt. It was impossible, and probably meant that too much was expected of him. However, the hero was very attached to this city and thought that this was a good chance to gain experience. He was ready to stop the invasion of the city. His radar was beeping loudly, many white dots were reflected on it, he saw green wolves. He decided that he would deal with those monsters that were within swinging distance. After that, he wanted to use magic and defeat the green wolves with its help. The wolves were growling and aggressive, but the hero's magic points had increased, so he was confident that he could win. Suddenly, he had to look away from the green wolves. He heard blows and, turning around, saw a monster that looked like a boar. The hero summoned a stone spear. Several weapons pierced the monster, forcing it to dig its hooves into the ground and slow down. However, the monster did not stop, which amazed Suzumiya. And when the hero realized that this monster was mentioned by Sally-san, he decided to use the appraisal skill. As he thought, it took 7 stone spears to reduce this gargon's health by only 30%, and with those spears he could have dealt with 10 wolves. However, suddenly the gargon roared and fell, its vitality level dropping to 0. The hero was surprised and wondered if there had been a fatal wound. After all, that would be the only explanation for the loss of 70% of health. He decided that it didn't matter, since he was more interested in the movement of the monsters. He thought that, unlike the green wolves he met the other day, all these monsters seemed to be running straight ahead. It looked like they were running away from something, so he needed to figure out the reason for all this. Jumping high above the forest, Suzumiya hung in the air for a minute and saw that all the animals were indeed running purposefully in one direction. He dropped to the ground and saw something large appear between the trees. This something lowered a huge paw onto the wolf, covering him almost completely with its claws. After assessing this monster, Suzumiya realized that it was an iron lizard with a high level of strength. He said out loud that he eventually came across it, the iron lizard he had mentioned. The lizard's life force was lower than the Gaurgon's, but it had iron armor. Suzumiya thought that in any case he didn't want to fight alone, and he should go back and report this. However, the lizard saw him and growled. Suzumiya realized that he had been found and tried to estimate the speed of the lizard. He wondered if he could outrun it. Suzumiya took off, turning around. He noticed the lizard was catching up to him, and thought retreat was an option. This lizard was known as a swordsman killer because it had such strong armor that using a physical attack like a stone spear would not cause any damage to it. So Suzumiya pulled out his staff and thought that the magic points he could channel to amplify magic was 10 points per second. If he channeled it for 1 minute, it would create a large fireball. Then the fireball hit the lizard. Suzumiya was shocked because the monster was unharmed and even continued its attack. The hero barely managed to escape. The lizard attacked with its scaly tail. Suzumiya tried to dodge, but the lizard still hit his leg. The hero grabbed his leg. He realized that the lizard had touched it and broken the bone. He was glad that he had already learned healing magic. The hero thought that he still couldn't let his guard down, because if he fainted, he would be finished. He remembered the blacksmith, Aru, Sally, the elves, and thought that he couldn't let this monster enter the city. He was ready to definitely deal with the monster, but since he didn't have any magic with a piercing effect, he had no choice but to create a new magic by using lightning magic. However, it did not activate when he extended his hand with the shield. The young man wondered if there was another condition for the realization of an unusual imagination. The lizard lashed its tail next to him again, and the hero thought things were bad. But then something occurred to him. He remembered that, unlike sword fighting, magic could be stored to increase its power. He heard that it was a projectile used to increase penetration. It didn't necessarily have to have a high explosive power, but it had to be fast and use pressure. The hero realized that this was the only way to break through the hard armor. He had to use the magic he had learned in his training, and the name of this magic was pressure. Suzumiya summoned the sword and staff at the same time and thought that it would be a gamble. He would invest all the points he had left into this magic. To do this, he had to wait 15 minutes. The adventurer thought that as long as he knew the lizard's behavior, he could easily dodge the swift attacks. Speaking of tail attacks, he could use his martial arts talent to read the monster's movement and calculate which direction it would swing its tail in and deflect the attacks. Finally, 15 minutes passed. The preparations were complete. It was time to attack. Suzumiya thought that all that was left was to choose the weak part of the armor. He concluded that the part of the lizard that was rarely hit was probably its back. That's where the hero decided to attack. With a battle cry, he launched an attack from above. The hero said that this was his all-out attack, magic concentrated in his hand. It was pressure magic, it looked like a funnel tapering towards the bottom, and it made the lizard arch its back. Falling to the ground, Suzumiya thought in surprise, could he really have done it? His radar was beeping. The lizard was lying on the ground. The hero thought he had done it. He had defeated the monster single-handedly. Returning to the city, Suzumiya checked his surroundings just in case. The radar was silent, and it seemed that the monsters controlled by the iron lizard had retreated. He hoped that Sally and the others were safe. The girl called his name and said that, thank God, he was alive. He asked why they thought he was dead. Sally replied that it was because he had rushed forward and was nowhere to be found even after the monsters had disappeared. She asked where Suzumiya was and said she was worried about him. He said he was sorry and thought she had become very emotional because of an adventurer. The hero asked if she hadn't told him to go to the front lines. Sally replied that she had asked him to join the others on the front lines, not to rush into danger. The young man realized that now that he thought about it, everything really did look that way. Sally asked what he did when the monsters retreated. Suzumiya replied that he checked the surroundings after the encounter with the iron lizard. This shocked the girl. She said that it was bad and that it was necessary to inform the magicians about it, even though there were only 5 of them in the city. The hero replied that there was no need to worry about it, because he had defeated the lizard. He said he thought the monsters retreated because he had dealt with her. The girl was too shocked to say anything. She finally replied that she had forgotten that he was a mage who used a sword, and that in that case it was no surprise. She asked if Kaede-san used wind magic. The girl explained that most often, to defeat the lizard, a group of magicians of rank C and above is needed. They lift the lizard into the air with wind magic and deal with it there. How did Suzumiya manage to win? The hero replied that he had simply pierced her armor with his magic. The girl did not believe this explanation. Then Suzumiya suggested looking at the lizard that was in his inventory. Sally was surprised by the lizard's size and asked what the hero's inventory was then. He replied that his inventory was larger than the others. The girl asked if the lizard should have a hole in its back. As she began to look, Suzumiya picked her up in his arms, offering to help. Upstairs, Sally said that this was astonishing, as she had never heard of magic that could create a hole of that size. The girl concluded that Suzumiya's magic must be fundamentally different from normal magic. Anyway, she thanked him for saving her from the lizard and promised to report it to the branch manager. Suzumiya said that they would see each other later, but the girl invited him to come with her. Suzumiya was sitting at the table when a man hit his head on the table, screaming that he was very guilty. The hero didn't know how to react to this. He asked the man if he was the head of the branch and said that he didn't quite understand the situation. The man replied that they had known for some time that the monsters were acting suspiciously. He said that it was a sign that a powerful monster had appeared, but they did nothing about it. So the leader is responsible for this incident, and if Suzumiya hadn't been here, many people would have died. The young man thought that the Iron Lizard was really hard to defeat, and they probably didn't have a big budget to solve this problem. He said that there was nothing to be done. The guild leader wanted to ask for a favor. He needed the boy to keep this incident a secret, because he didn't want to cause confusion. Suzumiya asked what it meant. The man replied that although the guild would announce it publicly sooner or later, there were already enough rumors to cause a stir in the city. No one would probably believe that the lizard had been defeated by one adventurer. In addition, the guild leader offered the hero to keep the lizard's corpse for himself, and he could announce it if Suzumiya wanted. He refused the offer. He asked if he could tell Dovragu-san about it so he could make a weapon out of the lizard. The man was surprised that the hero knew him and said that it shouldn't be a problem, since the dwarf rarely interacted with people. But the guild did not have the equipment that could process the iron lizard, and it would have to be found in other cities. Suzumiya was surprised by this message. The guild leader confirmed that in the southeast, one could find a dwarven mining town with equipment capable of doing this. It was the blacksmith town of Herrera. Suzumiya thought that since the monsters that lived there were gardens, he would go there. The hero thought that it seemed that when traveling through this world, it was better to move at night and sleep at noon. Since he still had time before leaving, he decided to say goodbye to those who helped him. Besides, it seemed that Dovra already knew that the young man would soon be setting out on a journey. Suzumiya smiled at Sally, placing a bunch of Zunana grass in front of her. She called him by name in response. The girl asked if something had happened to the head of the branch. He replied that nothing special had happened, and that he had simply decided to leave the city. The young man wanted to go to Herrera to make a new weapon. He asked if adventurers traveled rarely. The girl replied that it was quite normal, but she looked sad at the thought of Kaede-san moving to another city. Suzumiya said that she didn't need to worry. There were so many wolves because of the Iron Lizard, and he had already defeated it, so the city should be safe even without him. Sally replied that she understood everything, and asked if he wanted to sell the grass to the Zunan. Suzumiya thought that he was actually very lucky to have come to this world, and met such a kind person like Sally-san. The hero thought that he would like the girl to become his quest giver again one day. He thanked her for everything. Handing Sally-san a branch of Zunana grass, he said that he hoped to meet again somewhere. She smiled happily in response, accepting the twig, and agreed that they would meet again somewhere. On the 5th day after leaving, Suzumiya looked at the radar and said that he had heard that the journey from Ain to Herrera would take about 10 days on horseback. But then he saw a valley in the mountains and thought that might be Herrera. Judging by the distance, it will take him about an hour to get there. Surprisingly, he is twice as fast as a horse, maybe because he has trained so much. The radar started making sounds, and Suzumiya realized that there were several people walking through the forest, despite the fact that there was a road. Suzumiya decided to see these people in person. He saw a tied-up child lying on the ground and several men sitting nearby. He thought that they were probably robbers. That's what they call people in this world who have committed sins. They said that if you meet them, you need to inform the guild or deal with them yourself if possible. Apparently these guys kidnapped a child from Herrera. Something urgently needed to be done. First of all, check everything. The hero used his appraisal ability and saw that these people were indeed bandits, all 6 of them as he thought. Suzumiya said that this would be his first fight against humans. Here, one of the robbers stood up to go away, and they asked him where he was going. But then they all raised their heads. They started asking what the sound was. One of them sent the other 2 to check what was going on, and they were forced to agree. The man in the fur cape saw a stone spear stuck in a tree. On the branch above him sat Suzumiya, who jumped down from above as soon as the opportunity presented itself. He used pressure magic right in mid-jump, knocking his opponents off their feet without even touching them. The other bandits didn't even have time to understand what had happened and began to look around. When they saw Suzumiya, they began to ask who he was. He snorted in response and thought that he wanted to catch them. But he overdid it because his magic was too strong. For some reason, he did not feel any remorse because this world was not safe. But the child was more important. He checked her system window and saw that the girl was under forced hypnosis. Even using his magic, the young man could not understand what forced hypnosis meant, but he hoped that it could be cured. He entered the city holding her in his arms, and all the people turned around with surprise on their faces. A man with a beard braided into 2 braids exclaimed that Suzumiya had done something to his daughter Sumisa. He asked them to wait, realizing that they were suspicious of him. The hero explained that he had just saved her from bandits in the nearby forest, and that she appeared to be under forced hypnosis. The young men said that in that case, let Suzumiya leave it to them, because forced hypnosis is easily cured with herbs. The father rushed to his daughter, worried about her. The dark-haired young man apologized for this and said that the father was very worried about his daughter, who had gone into the forest in the morning and had not returned. Besides, dwarves are simply hot-tempered. The man with the beard apologized for his outburst and said his name was Sumizu. He thanked her for saving his daughter and said he would do his best to help if Suzumiya needed anything from the city. The hero was delighted and immediately asked to be led to a shop where he could process the iron lizard. However, instead the dwarf said that they should celebrate for now and that Suzumiya should join them. The dwarves set the table and raised their glasses to the return of Sumisa. The hero realized that no one was listening to him, but this was not surprising, because this man had just returned his daughter. The girl distracted the hero from eating. She said that her name was Sumisa, and that she did not remember anything but was very grateful for saving her. Suzumiya asked if it was okay to go back to work right after such an adventure, but the girl replied that she was okay thanks to him. She asked if the hero was a wanderer, because he looked like an adventurer. She felt sorry that he had to stop his journey because of her. The young man replied that she was not to blame for anything, because he was just going to this city because he heard that there was a technique for processing the iron lizard. Sumisa replied that he could use this workshop. Suzumiya was delighted and said that he would be only too glad. Then Sumizu appeared and said that if he needed a sword, the hero could rely on him, even though the sword would cost 1 million to make. However, in gratitude for saving his daughter, he was willing to give a 50% discount. Suzumiya wanted to pay the full price, but he knew he didn't have enough money. He asked if he could sell them the materials, since he had the corpse of an iron lizard with him. Sumisa did not believe him, and said that it was a bad joke. The hero realized that in this case it would be easier to show. The dwarves could hardly believe their eyes that he actually had the corpse of an iron lizard. Sumisa said that the inventory would have to be very large to accommodate something like that. Sumisa told him to report this to the accounting department. The accountant said that the quality was completely preserved, and the final price would be set after the metal was removed. He offered 3 million bodies per kilogram. The man said that although he could afford to buy everything at once, this offer was still much better than the guilds. Suzumiya was shocked that he could get so much and agreed. Sumizu said that in that case it was all in the bag and that it was time to get to work. He saw that the hero could use fire magic. Then the dwarf said that it was time to cut up the iron lizard. Suzumiya had to help him, although he was surprised by this turn of events. The young man simply had to use fire magic, so that only the metal remained on the outside. The dwarf said that judging by the size, the hero would easily get half a ton of metal. Suzumiya began to calculate how much money he would get then. The dwarf said that the speed and rate of fire of this magic is similar to B rank. In that case, it is unclear why the hero needs a sword at all. Suzumiya replied that a lone warrior should be prepared for close combat. Sumizu said he had never heard of such a style. Besides, 20 centimeters is quite short for a staff. When Suzumiya said he bought the staff from a store, the dwarf suggested that it was made of an iron core and copper skin, which was suitable for beginners. The hero could buy a faster staff. The young man asked if the materials of the staff could somehow affect the speed of magic, and if the dwarf could make a staff from an iron lizard. The blacksmith replied that he could do it, but it would take some time, because the metal was very hard and would require special processing and a different approach. If the hero is interested in making a staff, he should talk to Sumisa, because she does it better than anyone else in the city. The hero replied that he understood. He approached Sumisa to make a staff from an iron lizard, and she replied that it would be a luxurious thing. If he was sure, she could. Suzumiya said that, if it was possible, he wanted a 20-centimeter staff that had acceleration like a normal one. The girl replied that this request was impossible. The hero asked her to teach him this because she makes the highest quality staffs in Herrera. She was flattered and said that in that case she would teach the hero everything. She began to tell about the properties of the staffs, and in great detail, and Suzumiya thought that this was not at all in brief as she had planned. It turned out that the core of each staff plays an important role in magic. The part that accelerates magic has 2 layers, and the higher the magic density in the outer part and the higher the quality of the core, the faster the spell will be. Magic density is the maximum amount of magic points that can be accumulated in the staff depending on the type of material. If the accumulated magic points exceed the density limit, they will quickly begin to dissipate. In other words, using a material with a high maximum density for the outer shell and better materials for both layers of the accelerator section can increase performance. Suzumiya was inspired to make a staff with the magical speed of a normal one, and at the same time one that he could use as a sword. The girl looked at him doubtfully and said that she had no idea what he was talking about. The hero turned to her and asked him to explain more precisely. Suzumiya tried to explain that he needed a staff with an outer shell made of iron lizard metal, which would then have a blade attached to it to use it as a sword. In exchange for points, he would gain high speed. The girl said that if you create a staff with such a structure, then the amount of magic that will accumulate in this staff will be enough for 100 spells. This number is equal to the mana reserve of 3 ordinary magicians. Suzumiya thought that his current level was 500 times higher than that of a normal mage, as was his regeneration. The hero said he could use it and asked if it wouldn't be interesting. The girl was speechless. She said that's what made him an adventurer. She agreed to take on this interesting order and promised that the hero would then receive the title of a magician, whose magic points run out even before he finishes the spell. Suzumiya replied that in that case he would increase the amount of magic points to prevent this from happening. Now all the questions regarding weapons were resolved. It would take 3 days to make the staff, and to pass the time, he decided to complete a few quests in the city. The encounters with the Iron Lizard increased the hero's rank, and he could take on quests of that rank. When he went on a mission this time, he encountered wolves, whom he had already habitually attacked with stone spears. But these were not green wolves, but red wolves that could dodge magic. It seemed that it really needed to be sped up. There were no trees around the town, and Suzumiya thought that was probably why monsters rarely came near Herrera. Then the radar began to make sounds, and looking around, the hero saw 2 people at the entrance to the cave. They were both identified as bandits, and Suzumiya thought that he should check if they belonged to the gang that kidnapped Sumisu-chan. There were 2 at the entrance, and several more inside the cave. The young man thought that this might be a robber's hideout, but the place seemed strange to him. Suzumiya went to Guildmaster Herrera to report that he had found the bandits' hideout and how things were going. The Guildmaster replied that this explained why they were working so fast. The presence of guards at the entrance indicates that this gang is large. The guild leader said that after they check the hero's words, they will give him a reward for valuable information. It had to be kept a secret for now, because it couldn't be ignored that they might have spies in the city. They would be recruiting adventurers to the guild to form a strike force. The possibility that Suzumiya would be called as the discoverer was high, so he was asked to come the next morning. Soon he visited Sumisa, asking if the staff was ready, but it was not yet done. Suzumiya realized that he would not be able to try out the new weapon until the raid on the bandits, but it would hardly be needed there. Then he would use his current equipment. Suzumiya asked if the trees around the city were cut down on purpose. It turned out that smelting metal requires a lot of coal, so that's what happened. Suzumiya asked in surprise if it was impossible to dig coal in the mines. The girl replied that it was not suitable for forging because the metal was of low quality. Suzumiya thought about it and remembered that in his city they did it with limestone and coke. He exclaimed that they could simply make coke burning coals. Sumisa didn't understand the point, so he explained the mechanism of the furnace, which would produce more efficient fuel. The girl said that her specialty is making staffs, and she didn't quite understand, but it could be tried. The hero would only need to confirm that the fuel works well, and it would be possible to raise money on this. Suzumiya headed to Ignisan's fuel store, where he was met by a man in a black apron. The hero began to explain what he meant by the new fuel. Igni was skeptical, and Suzumiya realized that his words sounded suspicious. He decided that he needed to confirm them. The young man added that if the method was tested, he would sell it, but he was ready to pay for everything necessary for the experiment. With such conditions, Ignisan's losses would be minimal. The adventurer could become the discoverer of coke in this country, or even in this entire magical world. He added that the proposed technique was not perfect, so it would not always be successful. The man replied that this was better than claiming that the technique was perfect, and he accepted the deal. Thus, a way to obtain coke was discovered here, but Suzumiya was still an adventurer. A night had passed since the report of the bandits. Finally, the strike force met. It was made up of adventurers from the guild. The hero said he was glad to meet them. One of the participants said that his name was Majis, that he was a B-rank wind mage, and that he led the strike force. They laid the map on the table and estimated that the base was 8 kilometers away, and there should be between 30 and 40 bandits. It was an E-rank mission, but there were quite a few bandits. Suzumiya estimated that there were 7 people, including himself, and these people, being B-rank, probably thought they could handle it. Majis demanded that they state their name, rank, and profession one by one. Valen, a swordsman, Zenshi, also a swordsman but of lower rank, and others introduced themselves. Suzumiya's turn, he also gave his name and rank. The fact that he was a magic swordsman raised questions, and it was necessary to explain that he could use both a sword and magic. The other adventurers said that such skills were too outstanding for an E-rank. Majis asked Suzumiya to show his abilities to determine everyone's true strength. The hero thought that it would be much worse if they suffered, because he hid his true power, so he would not hold back. Majis asked to do it like a young man in a real fight. Suzumiya refused additional potions. When the young man demonstrated his powers, the other adventurers were very surprised. Soon he decided that playing with the sword was enough. He decided to turn to his magic and unleashed a hail of stone spears to demonstrate his power. All that was left was a scorched field and complete shock on the faces of Majis and the other adventurers. At this point, Suzumiya realized that he should have used dual magic instead of using sword and magic consecutively. But Majis said that this was enough. The hero was worried that it didn't live up to expectations, but that was enough for Majis. He asked about magical resistance. Suzumiya replied that he could use healing magic and heal fractures, and could also shower the enemy with magic for over 20 minutes. It turned out that this was an A-rank power. The hero said that he was still at E-rank, only because he had only been an adventurer for a month. Majis said that he was really amazing, and would help them a lot. He asked Suzumiya to take the front when they stormed the base. The hero would be lying if he said that he was not afraid of being at the front, but he agreed to go to the front lines. Someone yawned. After discussing their strategy, they decided that the main characters with Valen would be in front, and Magus would be behind, and there would be only 3 of them. The rest will spread out across the area to block the bandits' escape routes, which they don't know about. The hero nodded and used the stone spear. People started falling. The guy said that everything was fine and started to instruct everyone to go forward. But before he could finish speaking, the main character had already run. The man wondered why he was so fast, to which he was told that it was not important, and asked how he could run so calmly in the cave. Thanks to the radar, the main character saw the path. And so far they have not been noticed, but it is only a matter of time. In any case, the hero needs to run further. If he sees someone, he uses the assessment skill to find out whether this person is a bandit or not. His train of thought was interrupted. He ran past a bandit who was very surprised by his appearance. They were surprised, and the guy used pressure magic. The other heroes barely kept up with the guy, trying to catch their breath. He said that it was good that the cave did not branch out, so they got there quite easily. The other guy answered him that he knew it. The main character thought that it would be more difficult, because the door that was in front of them blocked the cave and it had no handle, which meant that it could only be opened from the inside. Behind this door, his radar shows an empty space, and judging by the voices coming from, there are many people there. He didn't know what to do. Someone called him by name. He was asked to use magic. The guy said he would break the door, but before he could finish speaking, Kaede immediately understood his train of thought. A man stood on one side of the door and told them to begin. Another man stood opposite. The main character got into the room, but the bandits were very surprised and started shouting, asking who he was. The guy used the appraisal skill. Since all the people were bandits, he used a stone spear on them. The bandits began to fly away from the main character's shockwave. Kaede's comrades looked at his actions in amazement. Maji said that it was finally over, and then he was asked about his voice. The man said that it was a little disappointing, but all the bandits were destroyed. The whole main character turned out to be very strong. For the first time, the mission went so easily. Now they moved on to collecting the loot. The hero thought that the most important thing was that everything was fine. Suddenly he shouted that 7 more people and a child were approaching. He assumed that they could be the kidnappers. The guy answered him that he understood and said that they would catch them and extract information from them. The main character's task was to save the child. The gloomy man said that they were finally where they needed to be and turned to someone. At this time, the heroes were in ambush. He asked who was there and who they were. The protagonist used pressure magic on the bandits, and thus the captive was safely rescued. He took the girl in his arms and thought that she was quite light. The hero assumed that she was sleeping under forced hypnosis. Kaede thought that his comrade didn't need help, and decided to check the girl's status. Her name was Ria. Her race was a special elven type. This means that she was an unusual elf. The hero assumed that she did not have any status ailments. The girl's age is unknown. She has 2 skills: the ability to external magical power and control magic. The hero's highest level is the skill of the 3rd level, while the girl has a skill of the 17th level. This went beyond common sense. He thought about what the ability to external magical power means. This ability allows you to use the mana of nearby enemies if they have weak mana control. Heroes did not quite understand what is meant by weak mana control, but if she can control someone else's magic depending on their magic control, then this is amazing. The girl jerked. The guy wondered how the bandits could have grabbed her. She woke up and started asking the hero who he was and what amazing magical power he had. He introduced himself and asked if she was okay and what had happened to her. The girl smiled, repeating the main character's name and approvingly answering that he was right in his guesses. The protagonist thought about what was wrong with this girl. A guy came up to him and asked if she was okay. Kaede asked about what was going on with his comrades. He answered that they had just finished tying them up, and thanks to him, they had minimal losses. The guy said he was glad to hear the girl was okay. Then he forgot about her still being tied up and said he would untie her now. He apologized for leaving her sitting like that. Unexpectedly for everyone, the girl herself untangled the ropes and said that everything was fine and she could do it herself, but thanked him for the offer. The guy was very surprised. He asked if she could really escape alone. The girl replied that she had no magical powers, so she couldn't do anything on her own. The protagonist suggested that since she was able to untie herself, it meant that she must have magical power. The girl replied that he had quite a lot of mana and weak control, and it was easy to use. He guessed that she used the ability to external magic power, that is, she used his mana without his knowledge. However, his mana did not decrease, which was strange. His thoughts were interrupted by the guy, apologizing. He said that he did not quite understand what she meant, to which the protagonist said that he did not understand either. Maji said that in any case the girl was safe, and he would ask the guild to find out where she was taken from, and asked her to come to him. She answered negatively, and he asked why. The girl replied that his mana was difficult to use, so she refused to go with him. She said she wanted to stay with the protagonist. The guy said the girl had gotten attached to him and asked if he could leave her in Kaede's care until they got to the guild. He agreed. The protagonist offered the girl to go with him, giving her his hand. She agreed with him. He thought that the girl was very obedient. It was still a mystery to him how she managed to untie herself, not to mention her powers. The girl managed to remain so cheerful, even after she was taken away. The hero thought that she was strange, and he hoped that all this would end after he arrived at the guild. The girl said that their duty is to accept kidnapped children and look after them. However, there is one but. They didn't know what to do. Until they found out the girl's biography, the main character had to look after her. The little girl screamed that she didn't want to. She needed to be with the main character. The girl asked if they really didn't know each other. He replied that they didn't. The girl jumped on his bed and said that it was soft. The main character did not understand how this situation happened. Apparently, she has no memories of how she was taken away. However, she is just a little girl, and she will not cause many problems. The guild's search for information about her would take 5 days. He thought that if it was only 5 days, he could handle it. The guy said that it was time for them to sleep, and she could settle down on that bed. The protagonist lay and thought about what to do tomorrow. He couldn't travel with a little girl, and wouldn't be able to complete extermination missions. He thought he should check his staff and production. There were so many things he needed to do. The hero slowly opened his eyes. There was a little girl in front of him, and he wondered why she was lying on him. She asked if he was awake. He replied that he had just done so. The girl said that she woke up because she felt the main character's mana and wished him good morning. He wished her good morning in return and wondered what was wrong with her. The guy greeted the man and asked how he was doing with the production. He was told that the experiment was going great. However, the man did not have time to finish his last word and said that the hero was too young to become a father. Kaede replied that the girl had been taken by bandits and had amnesia. He was taking care of her while the guild sorted out her past. The man replied that it was an unpleasant situation and asked if he was taking a break from working for the guild. The girl began to say that she can fight, and with the main character she can become stronger than the green uncle. The man asked who this person was. To this, the protagonist replied that she was talking about mages. He is a B-rank adventurer. But then again, when he last assessed her, she had no combat skills. The main character replied that, as I said, the man decided to take a vacation for a while, which made him laugh. The girl began to say that if she said that, it meant she could fight. The man showed the hero the stove. His eyes lit up with delight, and he began to examine it from all sides. However, something was wrong. He asked if it was a gas leak. He was told that after all, the project was still in the experimental stage. Partly, it is because he used an unoccupied old furnace after slightly rebuilding it. If the experiment is successful, he will ask the blacksmith to make a normal furnace. This construction was reinforced with Mithril. This material is the strongest. The protagonist had already invested some money to start the experiment. He asked if the man could still manage the current budget, since he did not know the price of the material. He was told that Mithril was everywhere. The girl turned to him and pointed her finger at the material. Mithril was everywhere, even in the wall, to which he replied that it could not be used like that. However, after checking the data, it really was Mithril. The man said that a third of these stones are Mithril ore. However, it cannot be absolutely pure, and usually only half is ore, and the rest is impurities. He was told that his knowledge was rather mediocre, but he knew how to create what was needed. The protagonist thought that Mithril was not so valuable there. He still had some money. The boy and the girl were standing in front of the stove. The heroes said that they needed to do something about the gas leak. Rhea said she would do something and asked to watch. The guy started to catch her and stop her. He said that the stove was very dangerous and asked to stay away from it. The girl resisted at first, but then agreed with the guy and said that she would just do it from her place. She stretched her hands forward. Suddenly, the pipes started to be repaired. The cracks started to disappear. The main character and the man watched this in surprise. The girl just smiled. Rhea gave 2 thumbs up and, beaming with joy, said that it was she who did it. The protagonist was surprised that she used magic, because the girl does not possess magic. He asked her how she did it. She answered that she melted the mithril with magic and used it to close the cracks. She happily replied that it was easy. The guy thought that the girl didn't even realize how amazing things she had just done. The strangeness he felt when he saved her and common sense bypassed her. The main character thought that he was powerless here and needed to teach her logic. He asked her to pay attention to the Mithril. She looked at it, and at that moment the guy started to bend it, which surprised the girl very much. He said that unlike the case where it can be bent using force, it is usually impossible to weld something so well from such a distance. The girl was delighted. The man was surprised and said that it is impossible to bend Mithril with bare hands. The guy came to his senses. The protagonist asked the girl what she thought about it. The stove was in good condition, and a new person appeared in front of the protagonist. He said he was glad to see him and had heard a lot about him. He was in charge of accounting. He took off his hat and introduced himself, saying his name was Myas. The protagonist replied that he was glad to meet. The man reciprocated. He said that there were many things he wanted to discuss with him. He got straight to the point. In case they wanted to set up production, Myas asked how much he wanted to charge for the technical fee. The guy was glad that they had thought everything through before coming to him, and that was good news for him. He said that production had not yet begun, stabilized, and it was somehow sudden. The man answered him that it was so because what they produce is excellent fuel. Due to the high temperature the material reaches, they can purify mithril more effectively. According to his calculations, when using charcoal, production speeds up 20 times, and when replacing coal with their material, it will speed up another 10 times. This means that if they manage to mass-produce the material, they can easily get rid of the existing mithril mines by simply clearing the rocks in that area. He started insistently saying that one oven would pay for itself in 10 days, and that he personally wanted it to be mass-produced as soon as possible. The guy felt awkward and simply agreed. He clarified and asked if the man was there to discuss his share of the profits, since in fact, he knew little about it. If he manages to get at least 10% of the profit, he will already be happy. Myas answered him that, in fact, he pays the technical fee for the first time. He also said that he asked the Merchants Guild. He said that, apparently, in this case, 50% of the profit seems to be the norm, and asked what the main character thinks about it. The protagonist asked again about the percentage, and thought that it was quite a lot at first glance. He does not think that the merchants have any reason to suspect this, but he still doubts it. Anyway, this is a high level of technology. He assumed that 50% is not enough. The guy thought that he had caused a misunderstanding again, although he personally thinks that this is too much, and he will take everything. To which the hero replied that this is more than enough for him. The man was happy and calmed down and said that then they should continue with this amount. He added that Kaede could also get his interest in any other city. It was a small favor for him. He replied that he understood. It all happened so quickly that he became excited and wondered what would happen the next time they met. The girl stood cheerfully next to the main character. She addressed him by name and asked where they would go next. The guy thought about it. He was curious about his staff sword, but it would take a whole day to finish. If he came to her the same way as yesterday, she might think that he was rushing her, so it would be better to wait. He suddenly had nothing to do. He asked the girl if she wanted to go somewhere, thereby attracting her attention. The girl replied that it was an adventure and she wanted to fight monsters. The guy thought that she was too feisty for that kind of thing. He replied that it was dangerous to fight monsters. He told her that although she could cast spells, he asked her to wait until she could protect herself. The girl replied that she was a magician, and as long as the main character was nearby, she would be fine. He asked her again if she was a mage. She pointed to the decoration on her hair. The guy tried to understand what it was, because it was not a simple decoration. It uses built-in magical power to negate any attacks that could harm the user. Unrecognizable to people with evil intentions. It can be used by pouring mana into it. The guy thought that if the girl had a hairpin, then everything would be fine with her. But more importantly, what was such a thing doing at Ria's? The girl asked if she could fight the monsters. A few minutes after leaving the guild building, the girl was sitting and collecting plants. At some point, she exclaimed what she had found. The quest he accepted this time was to collect Fiaro grass, an F-rank request. It was the safest request among those offered by the guild. He'll just do the same as he did when searching for Zunana grass, using information analysis to find all the grass he needs. Well, he needs to find one to figure out what to look for. One plant caught his attention. He thought whether this grass was necessary and used the appraisal skill. It seemed to him that it was Brevskaya grass, a plant that imitates Fiaro grass. It was not real grass. The girl asked if he found it, to which he replied that he did not. Finally, he had the necessary herb Fiaro in his hands. He was glad that it was she and said that the girl had worked well. She was glad and said that she had won. The guy laughed and thought that he did not remember them competing. He told her that in that case he would not lose to her. He had already collected 7 pieces and Ria said that he was cheating. The guy began to deny it. He did not know whether he could use additional skills. He thinks that this is a childish act, but a match is a match. Suddenly the grass broke in half. He thought she was waiting for him to find the grass and steal it from under his nose. It was the same magic she used at the fuel store. The girl had just learned the location of the Fiaro herb, similar to his analysis of the information. He asked her if she could know the exact location of the herb they needed. She replied in the negative. Ria replied that she was simply finding the point where the protagonist's magic was concentrated. He thought that she was using his detection ability. The guy found it surprising. Then something caught the girl's attention. The protagonist asked her what was wrong. She started using magic. The guy saw the appearance of a stone needle. He asked Ria what was wrong, because there were no monsters nearby. The girl raised her hand and replied that the guy was wrong, and there were monsters there. She pointed the needles forward. The weapon hit the wolves straight. It was a type of red wolf. The boy was surprised that the girl could sense the enemies from such a long distance. It was at least 100 meters away. The guy asked how the girl found them and asked if this was one of his abilities. She replied that the monsters in the main character's mana were special, and that was why she was able to find them. But because of the obstacles, it was becoming more difficult to search. He wondered if she had a radar in her pocket. Had the girl just compared him to monsters? She turned the games back to the wolves and hit them. He said that the accuracy was quite high, and even he wouldn't be able to hit from such a distance. The girl replied that it was because the outfit was homing, and the hero should be able to do the same. He was surprised and asked if he could shoot homing projectiles. Ria replied that no, since the main character is very slow, so it is impossible. The boy was surprised. The girl replied that this was precisely why she was mastering Kaede's magic. She said that the protagonist's magic was stronger and faster than her own magic. He looked away and thanked her. Kaede asked why she shot right away. She replied that it was because the protagonist was weird and he couldn't do it. He thought that as a girl with privilege, she could tell him that he was weird. He had a hunch that if she could only control one magic, then he should check something. The guy raised a huge needle into the air and asked the girl, how about this magic? He was sure that it was very powerful. Ria answered that it was simply impossible. The girl replied that it was chaotic magic and if she used it, she would lose control. He understood her and wondered if his control of magic was really that careless. He thought that if the girl had many privileges and she was a court sorceress, then he was probably a swordsman mage with privileges, and also a master of materialization. He also thought that his magic was quite chaotic, while the girl's magic was weak. He began to think about what would happen if he created powerful magic, and the girl used it to shoot with the same accuracy. A pack of red wolves turned their attention to them, beginning to growl. Ria turned towards them. Ria told the protagonist that a crowd of monsters was approaching. The girl wanted to ask him something about magic, however, he was focused on something else. She told him that he looked happy and asked if something had happened to him. He smiled happily and replied that it was becoming fun. The girl completely agreed with him. She began to spin from side to side, letting out needles, and said that she, too, was having a lot of fun. He asked her if she used mana to activate her magic, but his mana was not being spent and he wondered why. Ria said that she was only using the mana that the protagonist was wasting. He asked her why she thought so and how much of his mana she took. She replied that every particle, he exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the eye again hit the wolf. He asked about how, just like he uses mana to cast a spell, she can use his mana to cast her magic. She replied that if it was something like the source of the magic power, then she couldn't control it. He told her that even though she said it like it was obvious, it made him realize that he used his magic even though he didn't really know anything about it. He asked if he could do the same as her if he trained in magic control. Ria replied that it was possible, but she did not sense any talent for magic control from the protagonist. She said that Kaede was like from a world where there was no magic. He swallowed at that expression. He asked why he could cast spells without training, whether it was because of his talent for magic. She replied that if he had it, he could use magic without proper control. The main character does not have proper control over magic, but he can use magic because he activates it brazenly. He replied that he understood. The boy thought that just like she had brute forcefully changed the shape of the mithril with her magic, he could activate his magic in the same way. The source of his water magic and earth magic is the environment. If he simply increases the temperature in the atmosphere with magical power, a natural combustion can occur. You need to combine a sick fantasy with the environment, and you will get the conditions for activating his magic. The reason why he couldn't use lightning magic was because it wasn't a basic element of the environment. The hero thought that he shouldn't rely on magic that couldn't be activated at any time. The girl replied that everything was ready, using magic to throw a sandwich into Kaede's hands. He thanked her and thought that the food was moderately salty and tasty. The hero was surprised about the salty food. He asked that since they did not bring any ingredients, then where did she get the salt? The girl answered that from the ground, and he froze from such an answer. The guy brought all the killed wolves with him, and asked to confirm the fulfillment of the request and take everything from him. The girl exclaimed in surprise, listing that the main character brought 4,000 stalks of fiaro grass and more than 300 corpses of red wolves. She asked, stammering, where he got so much from. The girl answered that she helped him too. The guy thought that such a reaction would soon become a tradition. The girl apologized to the main character, turning to him. She said that they needed to discuss something regarding Rhea. The girl pointed to the sofa, silently asking the heroes to sit down. The girl asked the guy what they wanted to talk about. He didn't know how to explain it to her. The guy thought that they probably found the girl's hometown, but seeing how well he gets along with her, it's hard for them to tell him about it. If so, he should start a dialogue. He asked if the girl's parents had come to pick her up. The girl replied that they hadn't and that she felt awkward explaining. She said that they had not found her relatives or her parents anywhere. The guy asked again if that was really true. Where the bandits came from, there is not a single city that could be home to the girl. But according to the bandits, they found the child in the middle of the forest. This means that her hometown is very far away. However, there must be potential cities from where she could come. In theory, it's possible, but they came to the conclusion that it's very unlikely, and first of all, her guild didn't find any records of a race with roughly the same characteristics as Rhea. The guy approached the girl, apologized, and said that it was better for her not to hear this. He covered her ears with his palms. He asked if it was possible that she had been dumped because of her characteristics. He was told that it did not seem like she had been dumped. The girl doesn't know the details, but she can say that this is not the reason. He didn't understand what she meant. However, the girl definitely has many mysterious sides. Her hairpin, skills, and race are special elven type. Of course, he told the guild about her race, but considering that they have no record of representatives of this race, he is not surprised that they did not find anything. The guy turned to the girl and said that he knew that she had lost her memory, but asked if she still remembered anything. Maybe the place where she was, or the landscape, or something like that, Rhea thought. She said she remembered being in the forest and couldn't find any traces of magic. It was very far away and possibly on another continent. Now she firmly answered all his questions. She did not answer as a little girl should, and this is another of her mysteries. He, because she must be older than she looks and maybe even older than him. The guy asked what to do with Rhea then. The girl replied that they were trying to find someone willing to take her under their guardianship, but it was difficult to find anyone willing. She said that if they didn't find anyone, they would have to leave the girl in the shelter. Rhea was horrified. She started screaming that she wanted to be the main character and grabbed him. The guy looked at her in surprise. The girl asked if the hero could take her under his wing, although it must be difficult for an adventurer to take care of a small child. Under normal circumstances, it would be possible, but Rhea had lost her memory. When she found him, who had similar special skills, her mind cleared up a little. If he pushes her away, he will feel that it gives everyone's kindness and the girl who helped him. Be fine if they fight weak monsters. But what if it turns out that he has to use all his mana? She uses his mana so she won't be able to cast spells. If that happens, will she be able to escape? The hero thought that until he was sure of this, although he felt sorry for her, she would simply be a burden and he could not afford to expose her to danger. There was doubt on his face. However, he was still able to answer. The protagonist asked the girl to hold off on this question. She replied that, of course, he could decide this at any time until he went to another city. The girl started to address the guy, but he interrupted her. He said that he had something to explain to her. The main character said that he would not leave her alone and asked her not to worry. Rhea was happy. The girl asked the hero to go to the guild and fight stronger monsters today. For example, dark Saras or bloody tigers. The main hero, because when he wakes up, the girl is already ready to carry out the extermination quest. He thought that the monsters were already trembling just hearing her name. It seemed that the girl thought that he would accept her if she proved herself worthy. His main concern was her safety, so it wasn't that bad. They're going on adventures later. There is a more important place he needs to go. The girl looked questioningly. The hero wished good morning to Sumisa and began to ask how his staff was doing. But the girl interrupted him and said that his staff was already ready. Ria asked the protagonist in surprise if he uses a staff. He replied that he does inness since he is a swordsman. The girl asked about who is next to Kaede. He said that it does not matter and asked to look at his staff. This staff can be used as a sword, and she called it a witcher's sword. The guy was very surprised. He said it was really cool and the girl told him she knew it. The girl said he had energy like a staff. She asked why it looked like a sword. Sumisa asked if it was really weird since the main character wanted one himself, but it was one of her best works. The guy noted that the weight of his weapon suited him very well. She asked why he didn't try it in magic and pointed to a place that would suit him. The protagonist began to act. The girl laughed and said that she could already imagine how he would cast spells with it. The guy replied that he was also looking forward to it. The girl was surprised that he had a large amount of mana. The girl was surprised that Ria could see mana. The guy thought that the sword was definitely different from the previous staff. He felt like mana was being sucked out of him. When it exceeded the staff's density limit, mana would come out of him. The boy began to use the sword on everything that came into his sight. Ria was surprised by his speed. The protagonist was puzzled by the speed. He thought it might be because of the staff's material, because with its speed he could still see the projectile, but with it he would hit the red wolf from a kilometer away. The girl replied that she was surprised by how he wielded it, but asked how much mana he had poured into it. The guy replied that Dizuayan, not counting the mana that was spread idle, he thought it was about 100. For him, it was mere trifles. The girl replied that it was the full mana reserve of 5 mages and asked if he was really a human. The protagonist replied that he was just a human with a very large mana reserve. He said that in any case, the staff was very good, and only she could have created it. The guy thanked the girl. She became embarrassed and said that if he liked it, then she had nothing more to say. She suddenly remembered that the man from the fuel store was looking for him all over town. He said that he wanted to talk to him when he was free. The boy turned to the man. Mias greeted the protagonist and thanked him for coming. Kaede asked what happened. The man replied that all the equipment for production was ready. They had entered the mass production phase, and 10 machines were already working. The guy was surprised. Mias said that since they were short of store employees, he went to the Coal Miners Association, and since they had heard about their production attempts, they agreed to cooperate with them. Thanks, production has almost doubled. The guy thought that the Coal Miners Association was a pretty long name. In any case, they need to go to the production site and find out how they are doing with production. The main character agreed. The girl was surprised that there were many dwarves there. The guy asked if they were all members of the Coal Miners Association. Mias replied that most of them were. A man approached them and introduced himself as the chairman of the Coal Miners Association. He gave his name. The guy said he was glad to meet him. The girl also announced her presence. The man smiled and called her a spunky girl. He said he needed to talk to him about something, but first he wanted to thank him for saving him. The protagonist asked him what he meant. The man replied that since the guy was not local, he would explain. A strange disease had recently spread through the mine. It could be fought, but it would greatly affect the speed of work. When they heard about him, thanks to him, their mines found a safe place to work. The guy thought that if the disease appeared in the mines, it could be because there were a lot of poisonous gases there. He asked the man what kind of disease it was. Here he was told that it was nausea and a migraine. The same symptoms as a mild magical overload from eating wyvern meat. He said that it was lucky that no one had complications or died. But still, they couldn't work at full capacity. The guy tried to remember all the information. He asked how they fight the disease. The man answered that it was easy, you just need to stay away from the mines. But the sick can only work 3 hours a day and must rest the rest of the time so that the disease does not progress. The profit from such work is barely enough to pay the workers. The guy thought that he needed to rest almost all day, and because of this, almost everyone is now incapacitated. Apparently the cause of the disease is not gas, and he can find out something with the help of the assessment. In addition, if he can find out the secret of this disease, then production will speed up even more. He turned to the man and asked if he would like the guy to deal with the disease and eliminate its cause. The man replied that he would help them a lot. He sent a request to the guild. No one had gone that far, but if the main character took it on, then something would work out. The girl asked the guy if they were going to beat the monsters. He said no. The monsters weren't the problem this time, so he asked her to stay there. The girl would definitely be offended if he asked her to stay put, but he just couldn't take her into the mines that were filled with gas or something. Rhea was upset that they wouldn't fight. The guy asked her if she was worried about that. She pointed to the side and asked if the coal mines were in that direction. The guy turned to the man and he responded positively. They left him primarily because of the large number of victims. The protagonist asked the girl where she felt the leakage of magical power. She answered that the magic was slightly altered. Something that alters the magical power is in the guy she pointed to. The boy didn't see what the girl was talking about, but that dwarf had a rather pale face. The boy used the appraisal skill. It showed him a status ailment, namely magical overload. Magical energy is an element floating in the atmosphere and is similar to mana in many ways. The carelessness she saw was most likely magical energy, at the same time the cause of all this, and because the girl said magical energy probably came from monsters. He was beginning to understand the situation. The man asked his subordinate how he was feeling. Then he replied that he had returned from the coal mine. So he was not in the best health now, but he could still work. The man asked him not to overwork himself and to rest. It seemed to him that despite the girl's age, she was quite talented. He asked why he didn't take the girl with him to investigate. If he felt there were monsters there, he could just retreat. The disease affected children much less than adults, so there shouldn't be any problems. The girl replied that she would be fine, and so would the main character. He thought that if Rhea said that everything would be fine with them, then so it would be. However, he was more worried about the monsters. He thought they could just retreat if things went badly. The hero agreed to take the girl with him. She was happy. He thought that she seemed to be flying, and wondered if this could be one of her skills. If she could do this, then she would be able to retreat without any problems if necessary. They approached the entrance to the mine. There was a sign in front of it that said to beware of coal mine disease. The boy asked the girl to tell him if she found any monsters. She agreed. It will be harder for her to find them because of the walls, but she will try. The guy forgot that the walls reduce the effectiveness of her detection. That is, in this mine, his detection will be more useful than hers. The guy noticed the girl and asked her if there was something underground, to which she asked again in surprise. Rhea said she felt a carelessness that was stronger underground and was surprised she hadn't noticed it. The guy thanked his radar. There was a space of about 30 centimeters underground. But that was all he could say. He thought about trying to get there. The girl agreed. Together they began working hard to get to the bottom of the mine. The girl and the boy used magic. The boy bumped into something hard and asked what it could be. The girl replied that this part was different from the others. She thinks it's a building from the past. The guy asked again and asked if it could be ancient ruins or something similar. Rhea answered that it's a magical wall, so the main character won't be able to destroy it. After she told him this, he wanted to try to break her. The guy asked the girl to step back. She asked if he was going to use magic, but she stepped back. The boy made a hole in the floor with a powerful force. Rhea asked if he was human. He answered yes. Come to think of it, this is the first time he charges his magic in front of a girl. She thinks he's not human, and he calls her impudent. The boy began to pave the way forward, using pressure magic. The walls did not collapse. The main character was surprised that there was not a single scratch left on the wall and thought that it was really strong, as the girl said. However, the boy's train of thought was interrupted. The floor began to crack. The girl shouted at him to be careful. Everything began to collapse under them. The heroes started falling down. Rhea said it was too heavy. They were too heavy, and at this rate they would break. The boy asked the girl to let him go so that he could land somehow. She agreed and let him go. The protagonist continued to fall and thought that he couldn't even see the bottom. According to the radar, he would hit the ground in 15 meters. He needed to collect all the stones before they touched him. He had 3 seconds left before landing. The countdown began, and the protagonist landed on his feet without any injuries. He was fine and thought he had become stronger. Then a girl called him. She asked if he was okay and ran to meet him. He answered positively. It was very dark there, and he asked the girl if she had magic that could light up the place. She answered that she did. They walked through the room, and the guy thought that the space was very large and empty, with only walls. The girl suggested that they might be inside the publication. The protagonist asked her what she knew about this building. She replied that she was not sure, but this place was filled with carelessness. He asked her if this place was the source of magic. Ria could only guess. The guy thought that they were very lucky, but now the main thing for them was to get out of here and report about it. He was thinking about how they could get out of there. The main character asked the girl if she could fly away. She said that she couldn't fly too high. Kaede thought that she glided using jet propulsion, but had a small altitude limit. He asked her what she thought about him using magic. With his great magic power, he would be able to lift her. The girl didn't agree. She said that the main character has no control, so he will lift her too sharply, and because of this, she can die. The protagonist suggested looking for another way out. He asked her in which country the carelessness was the strongest. She pointed to the right side. The guy led her there. The girl said that she wanted to fight. Kaede told her that they were just there to investigate and asked her to look for monsters nearby. She replied that there was a big one nearby and said that it was the guy himself. He was outraged. Then he saw the hole they had fallen through and realized they were going in circles. The girl confirmed this. The guy assumed that this building was in the shape of a cube. However, there were only walls all around. The main character and his girlfriends move along a long wall. They approach the gate. The hero stands in front of it for a while, waiting for it to be opened for them. The girl looks at the gate attentively and says that she agrees with the main character. However, this part of the wall has a strange energy. The young man is attentive, looking at his companion a little anxiously. The girl definitely knows what she is talking about. The protagonist's companion notices something and says that this is the wall. She determines that this is the wall they need because it does not react to magic. The young man silently looks ahead. He thinks about it and says that it seems like a door disguised as a wall. Kaede Suzumiya realizes that the radar can't see anything behind that door. The young man clarifies to himself that the radar can't see anything from behind the door. He decides to take the next step. The young man approaches the gate and says that this door must somehow open. His companion watches him closely. The girl asks if this is true. The young man replies that it is. He looks closely at the door and says that there is a scratch on it. This scratch means that the door has been opened at some point. He notes that despite this, they must be extremely careful, because they do not know what might be hidden behind this door. He wants to continue the sentence, but something interrupts him. His companion screams for the sesame to open. With her excited scream, she can bring great trouble upon them, and the protagonist understands this perfectly well. He asks if the girl is really making fun of him. The door does open. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a very strange buzzing. The young man feels his eyes and peers into the darkness that stretches beyond the open door. From there, a huge flock of unknown monsters flies towards the friends. They make a loud buzzing sound and are extremely aggressive. The monsters look like armored wasps. They freeze in midair and point their stingers at the heroes. They release complaints directly into the main character and his companion. The young man understands what is about to happen and covers the girl with his body. He turns to Ria, Chan in horror. Suddenly the stings stop. They freeze in the air. The protagonist cannot believe that this happened. He continues to shield the girl with his body. The blades fall to the ground and make a loud sound. The young man is surprised that they fell. He looks at his opponents and asks himself, did his companion do something to them? The monsters start moving again. The protagonist decides that now is not the time to think. He decides that he needs to kill these monsters first. The young man rushes towards his opponents. He grips his Witcher sword tightly. The young man swings a weapon and chops his opponents into small pieces. Having dealt with the monsters that frighten the heroes, the young man approaches his companion and asks if everything is okay with her. The girl says that everything is fine and apologizes to the young man. He replies that he is glad that she is okay. The protagonist asks if it is true that she stopped those needles. The girl shakes her head and says it wasn't her. The companion points to the main character and says he did it himself. The young man is surprised. He asks her again. The heroine replies that the magical power of these things is very weak, and as soon as they approach the main character, this power simply dissipated. The young man smiled and said that it was a pitiful sight. The girl answered him that her companion was strange after all. Kaede Suzumiya asks the girl again what she said. Suddenly, the heroine becomes serious and says that these monsters also seemed strange to her. She definitely knows more than the main character. The comrades notice the debris under their feet. These debris are left over from the monsters the young man chopped up. They look like some kind of magical instrument. The protagonist looks at these details. According to his assessment, these monsters are magical tools created to destroy invaders. These guards are called the Floating Eye. This door is called the Low-Level Magical Isolation Door. All these magical tools are called artifacts. So the building is some kind of ancient ruin? Once the protagonist realizes this, it dawns on him that this means they are uninvited guests. The young man grins and realizes that they are not allowed to see what is hidden behind that door. Kaede Suzumiya and his companion peer into the darkness. The protagonist says that no one knows what kind of monsters might be hiding behind that door. He asks the girl if they should go back. The thought flashes through the protagonist's mind that they won't be able to go home even if they do go back. He understands that things are bad, and they have no choice. His companion, meanwhile, is in complete ecstasy. The protagonist looks around carefully into the darkness. A door opens in front of him. He and his partner go inside. The young man looks seriously, assessing the situation. The protagonist says that they checked all the rooms, taking these rules into account. The girl agrees with him, carefully examining the interior. The young man notices 8 new doors that were behind that door. The rooms behind those doors were in complete disarray. There were many hovering guardians here, but there were no paths leading to the source of magical energy or even to the exit from this room. The main character approached some inscriptions. It was written that this was a research center. The young man looked around carefully and assumed that this was the place. The young man asks in confusion what they should do next. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appears in the darkness. The girl rushes ahead of her partner and goes down the spiral staircase. The protagonist slowly follows her, assessing the situation around him. He decided for himself that he would fight side by side with the girl. The stairs are very long, so going down them takes quite a long time. As the hero goes down, the young man suddenly notices something. He looks ahead and says that there is another door in front of them. On the door, what are you written in large letters? The hero comes closer and reads the inscription. It says that unauthorized persons will be eliminated. The protagonist understands that you are a warning sign, he grins, and says that it means that behind this door it is even more dangerous than here. He wants to drink a potion for Togo to gain courage. The girl asks what difference does it make what kind of monsters they might encounter. She is sure that a sad fate awaits them all. The protagonist decides that their goal is not to give people to monsters, but to find a way out of this hole. He sings a potion to gain some courage. It doesn't look like they'll get out of here without a fight. The young man asks his companion to be very careful. The girl agrees to follow his request. The protagonist touches the door. It swings open, and the heroes find themselves on the threshold of the room. Several blades fly straight at the couple. The protagonist cannot believe that another guard is waiting for them. The main character repels the attack, again covering the girl with himself. He mentally asks you if the enemy hit him. The young man remembers that before the attacker's needles fell as they approached him, but now something has changed. The girl says that there are others among the monsters. The protagonist freezes in horror. Spaces are formed around it. Monsters appear right out of them. Among them, there is also a new species that looks like wolves. The young man looks at them closely and says that the hovering guards are now a different color, and the mechanical tops frighten him even more. Among the new monsters, a flying snake also appears. It is much larger than all the other opponents. The main character is going to protect his partner. The girl says she feels neglected by her. However, this is not the most important problem. The monsters begin their attack. The main character shouts to his friend to run and save herself as best she can. The girl turns to the protagonist, telling him that she needs a stone spear. The young man replies that he understood her. The protagonist tries to keep up the pace, but his feet slip on the floor surface. A young man distracts the attention of a huge flying snake. The protagonist's companion watches what is happening with complete seriousness, waiting for the right moment to intervene in the battle. After waiting for this moment, she uses her stone spear technique. The monsters continue to advance towards the main character and his partner. The girl is seriously scared and looks at the terrible creatures in horror. The young man asks her if his magic works on them. He hopes that with her help, he can protect them from the invasion. The girl shouts to him that one of the monsters is running after him. This monster turns out to be a wolf-like creature, also clad in armor. The protagonist realizes that he is not at all sure that these are robots, but they are terribly quiet. He says that since magic does not work, then he needs to taste his sword. The young man gathers all his strength into a fist and hits his opponent with the ball, sending him flying a considerable distance. The protagonist's sword hits the ground with a clang. The young man understands that his opponent is very strong. However, he himself is not as simple as he may seem at first. The young man puts in maximum effort and cuts his opponent in half. He stands triumphantly over his fallen enemy and says that his witch, whose sword can still cut him, has one problem. He can, of course, cut all the opponents, but they don't need magic at all. No one knows what kind of metal it is. The young man assumes that there is some hidden catch in this. The protagonist uses the assessment skill. He learns that this is a Category 2 Infantry Anti-Magic Steel. Crystallized magical particles nullify any magical effect. Thus, the hero's opponents have full resistance to magic and, most likely, the resistance also works on all magic tools in this room. The main character's partner runs up to him. She turns to the young man and says that they need as many stone copies as possible. It should be possible to destroy the multicolored guards if they are bombarded with a hail of shells. The protagonist says that this is very much to their advantage. The girl throws stones, they explode in the air and create a hail of shells. The young man continues to swing his sword, cutting down his opponents. He says he can now focus on the wolves. However, it has one major unsolved problem. And this problem is a huge flying snake that constantly bothers him. It appears again next to the young man and raises its huge tail on him. The main character understands what will follow and turns to his partner, asking her to jump. The snake hits the ground with its tail. Everything that was on the surface at that moment flies up. The main character and the girl manage to jump. When everything calms down, they land smoothly on the ground. The main character asks his friend why the snake is so strong. Besides, she doesn't pay attention to the magic tools that she is supposed to protect, but destroys everything together with the heroes. The main character's partner turns to him and says that the snake is preparing some kind of super attack again. The young man looks at his opponent in horror. The snake is really getting ready for something big. Certain sections of her torso are detachable. The main character watches all this and says that it is very bad. He shouts to his partner that they are retreating and that they need to run faster to the stairs. A young man and a girl are heading towards an open door. They strain themselves and run with all their might. The flying snake turns out to be very fast and instantly catches up with the heroes, who are terrified by its speed. A huge piece of iron flies at the heroes, but misses by a little and blocks their path. The young man and girl stop in horror, looking at the reinforcement. It sticks out of the ground. Ominous. The main character says that this is very bad. Meanwhile, the flying snake broke the door. The heroes have nowhere else to retreat, so they have only one option to accept the fight. Flying guards buzz loudly above their heads. Metal wolves also approach the heroes from all sides. The protagonist looks the truth in the eye and says that all that remains is to fight his opponents. He understands that something must be done with this snake, but his dream will not be enough for it. The young man turns to his partner and asks if she can use his magic to lower it back into the ground. The girl replies that it is impossible, because it is too strong. Suddenly, the girl pauses and looks ahead in horror. She says that snakes also have wings. The young man turns around in fear and asks what wings she is talking about. The heroine replies that, in her opinion, it is possible to bring the snake down to the ground by destroying its wings. This can be done with a fireball. The young man agrees with her and says that he will charge the fireball. The young man asks the girl to tell him when the charges of his sword will be enough for Togo to break all his opponents. The girl answers that she understood her comrade. The hero runs away in different directions. Smoke fills the entire room. The main character tries to pull himself together and tightly grips the sword. The girl shouts to him that this charge should be enough for Togo to deliver a worthy blow. The young man replies that he understood and accepted her instructions. The main character deals a blow to his opponents that costs 700 mana points. The young man manages to create huge fireworks ball. The snake moves back and begins to hide its wings. The protagonist's girlfriend screams that she is pushing them inside herself. The hero watches as the explosion from the young man's attack grows. The flames engulf everything around. The main character is overcome with anxiety and excitement. The fire reaches the snake and begins to gradually burn it. The protagonist watches this closely. He understands that there was enough power to destroy her wings, but something went wrong. The young man gets out of it. The heroes notice something in the distance. The young man turns to his girlfriend and asks her if she can control him herself this time. The girl replies that she cannot, because he has too much mana. The protagonist understands that the fireball is on him alone, but he will be able to hit the hidden wings without precise control. The young man convinces himself that in this case, he needs to increase the power. He asks himself how much power he needs to increase to be sure to reach the wings and destroy them. The girl tells him that the power needs to be increased 20 times. The protagonist agrees with her. He says that they will do so. The young man asks to buy him some time. Meanwhile, Smeya is raging and trying to get the main character and his girlfriend. The girl uses her techniques on Togo to delay her and allow the young man to prepare for the all-important attack. Meanwhile, the main character spins in the air, sharpening his sword. His silhouette is hidden in a cloud of smoke. In order to attack the hero's snake, they fly out of the smoke. The young man's face shows confidence. The protagonist is trying to defeat his opponent and get out of this place. He says he is still gathering the magic power needed for the spell. But all the magic tools, except the snake, have already been destroyed. The protagonist feels the floor beneath his feet begin to collapse, but he can still dodge the enemy's attacks. The heroes realize that if they can continue in the same spirit for some time, they will definitely be able to defeat the snake. This instills confidence in their abilities. But still, the main character is worried about the feeling of anxiety. Suddenly, stones start falling next to him. He turns his head to see what he was washing away just happened. The young man looks up at the ceiling and swerves in horror. The protagonist's companion asks, "What's going on there?" She also lifts her head up and, oh, this horror. The young man and his companions see the following picture. The ceiling is cracking at the seams. Deep cracks have spread across its entire surface and chemisher. Stones and lime are pouring out from there. The protagonist realizes that the snake has destroyed the wall. He asks himself, why could the ceiling have started to collapse? Suddenly, the protagonist realizes that the ceiling is left without support. He turns to his friend and shouts that they will be buried alive now. The protagonist asks her if she thinks they will be able to destroy the enemy with 10 blows. The girl replies that it won't work, but if they double their power, then maybe something will work out. The young man shouts that this won't work either, because he simply doesn't have enough time. He doesn't have time to finish his thought. Something huge and heavy crashes into the floor. The main character tries his best to keep from flying off to the side. He turns to his girlfriend, asks how she feels and if everything is okay with her. Around you can hear ominous, sober eyes of your partner filling with tears. She wants to say something to her comrade, but a lump gets stuck in her throat. The young man looks around carefully. At this point, the ceiling begins to collapse. The protagonist shouts the rest to his girlfriend. The girl asks the young man in horror what they should do next. The protagonist shouts at her not to stand there like a pillar, but to run as quickly as possible to a relatively safe place. Suddenly, he changes his mind and asks the girl to wait. The protagonist is next to her in no time and demands that she grab him. He says that since it comes down to it, we can't miss the opportunity. Now we need to run to the other end of the room and look for some other way out? Here the girl doesn't resist. She agrees with everything the young man says. The snake continues to rage, striking right next to the main character. The young man tries to run with all his might. He deftly maneuvers and dodges the snake's blow. The girl holds tightly to her companion. The protagonist realizes that he does not see any intersections. The young man realizes that they are running along a straight corridor, which is very bad in this situation. Running further and further, the young men pray that further down the stairs await them. The hero, a girl, runs up to the wall in her arms. The young man realizes in horror that they have reached a dead end. Now they are in trouble. The main character looks back and sees that the snake is approaching with inhuman speed. She is actually flying towards the heroes and is ready to attack them right now. The protagonist is going to defend himself and protect his girlfriend to the last. He says that this is bad. The young man understands that the ceiling is no longer crumbling. But if the snake continues to rage, can they really be buried alive? He tries to force himself to think. The young man understands that he needs to find a way to buy time to charge the spell. He thinks that he can try to return to the stairs by going through the destroyed door. The protagonist is worried that if he moves all the rubble and the stones in the inventory, then he will have to dodge the snake's attacks and then they will come to an end along with this place. He immediately says that this is impossible. The protagonist understands that he needs to think of something quickly. He tells you that, the day before, not only his life, but also the life of his partner. All this time, the girl looks at him pitifully from her face, and she is already preparing to leave for another world. The protagonist's girlfriend shouts at him to give her a fireball quickly. The young man is extremely surprised by her suggestions. He asks if she has a plan. The protagonist says that she said that she won't be able to control this magic. The girl looks at him seriously and says that even in this case, she must do what she is going to do. The young man understands that the heroine apparently doesn't have a plan either, but they don't have time to think about it. Having no other choice, the main character agrees to help his friend. The girl strains herself with all her might to extract magic from herself. Little by little, she succeeds. She tries, and eventually a magical light begins to emanate from her. One tight heroine screams. She cannot cope with this magic. But the hairpin attached to her hair suppresses this strong energy. The young man watches what is happening and realizes that the heroine is using her built-in magical power to nullify any attacks that could harm the user. He also realizes that the hairpin has begun to absorb all damage received. As he thought, it is too dangerous and the girl needs to stop immediately. He must help her do it. The young man turns to his girlfriend, but she abruptly interrupts him. The hero doesn't smile and says that adventures are fun. She asks if the main character doesn't think so. The young man looks at her in surprise. However, he does not dare to resist any longer. He does not understand what is happening to the girl. The protagonist is sure that this is just a show of courage, but she said this so that he would not bother her. The young man smiles, disagrees, but nevertheless fully agrees with her. He overcomes his emotions and decides to help his friend. The heroes stand in front of the snakes, waiting for the battle. Finally, the girl masters her magical powers and is about to attack. Flames rage around the heroes, consuming everything in their path. The protagonist's companion screams Winston's cry and sends out a flare ball straight at the opponent. A huge fireball hangs in the air. The main character encourages his friend and shouts at her not to stop and move only forward. He believes that she will succeed. The snake also decides to start an attack and quickly approaches the heroes. It opens its mouth, from which its fangs flash. The protagonist continues to encourage his friend, shouting for her to do it. The girl strains herself to the limit, but continues to control the magic. She screams loudly from the strain. A huge fireball flies straight towards the snake. Once it reaches its target, it engulfs it in flames and begins to consume it. The exhausted girl falls to the ground. The protagonist immediately rushes to support her. Then the young man decides to finish off his opponent. He flies up to the snake and plunges his sword into its head. The young man feels that the sword goes in harder than usual. This is due to the strength of the metal on the snake's head. However, the main character remembers that this chance was built and given to him by his friend. He has no right to miss it. The young man keeps in mind that he cannot miss this chance and continues to stick his sword into the snake's head, piercing it many times. The main character curses at his opponent. Several powerful explosions are heard. The defeated snake falls down. The main character manages to jump off it in time. He lands smoothly on the ground. The enemy falls at his feet. The snake's head is incinerated by fire. Also, a lot of damage caused by the main character is visible on it. With hatred in his eyes, the protagonist looks victoriously at his defeated opponent. This fight has exhausted him. The sounds of a song can be heard from behind the young man as he tries to catch his breath after a hard fight. The young man turns around and notices the girl. The protagonist's girlfriend addresses him by name. A young man approaches her. The girl asks if it is true that he has had lunch. The protagonist nods and says that it seems so. He asks if it is okay, or the girl. They pass by the defeated snake, and the young man asks his friend if she feels carelessness here. The girl replies that she can't say for sure. However, it seems to her that the room is still full of carelessness. The girl smiles sweetly and says that she thinks everything will go away within a week. The young man also smiles with all his might and says that they did it after all. He notes that it's time for them to get out of here. Since there's no way back, they need to clear the rubble. If they don't do it now, they'll be able to return through the remains of the ceiling. Realizing how much work they had ahead of them, the young man sighed wearily. The protagonist sits down on the ground and suggests that the girl first rest. Exhausted by the battle, she also sits down next to him and agrees to this proposal. The main character turns to look at his friend and notices her hairpin. She doesn't look very remarkable, but she played one of the key roles in this battle. The young man says that the girl put them both at risk. He hopes that the magic will not get out of control. He asks how she feels. The heroine replies that the magic did get out of control, but her hairpin stopped it. The protagonist finds her behavior reckless. The girl laughs and remarks that everything ended well. She thinks and says that she wonders what will happen next time. The young man grins and says he'll have to pray there won't be a next time. If every adventure they have goes like this, he won't have long to live. The heroine smiles. She agrees with the young man. The girl addresses him by name and wants to ask something. She wonders if he will take her with him next time. The main character smiles slyly with his cunning eyes and sighs. He says that through this incident, she proved that she is capable of standing up for herself in a fight, and if necessary, she can use her purchase to escape from danger. Firstly, he is not going to stop anyone from enjoying adventures if they have the necessary abilities, even if it is a little girl. Besides, they are cheaters, and it is better for them to be in a company of others like them than alone. So the hero thinks it will be more interesting this way. He extends his hand to his girlfriend and suggests that they travel together as friends from now on. The girl looks at him at first timidly and surprised. She is amazed and does not hide it. Then a happy, childish smile appears on her face. The girl agrees to the protagonist's proposal and jumps into his arms. The protagonist decides to report something important. After he and his friend visited a dangerous place, their level increased significantly. The protagonist carries the girl on his shoulders. He says that these are magical tools that he found in the underground ruins when he was researching the miner's disease. The girl does not listen to his conversations, but sleeps on his shoulder. The protagonist approaches two girls. They ask him about the underground ruins. One of the heroines says that this one is called a magic class, and the name says that it is equal to E-rank monsters. The second one is called Blue Magic Eye, and it is equivalent to D rank. And the monsters look like wolves and are equal to rank B. They are also called Blue Metal Wolves. The girls ask if it's true that they defeated them all. The young man sighs. He seats his girlfriend at the table. The heroine watches this in surprise. People gather around the snake you have defeated. They ask what kind of wings these are and have no idea what they could be. The protagonist says that these are all the magical instruments that they defeated. Most likely, the largest one was the cause of the disease. Over time, it will evaporate from the mines. The girls ask if it is true that his partner also fought. They admire their skill, that the hero solved a problem that would be insoluble for any other adventurer in just half a day. They sincerely thank the hero for his work. Regarding this large artifact, they had never seen anything like it. One of the girls says that when she participated in the conquest of the ruins of Photoran, she remembered every artifact there. If she does not know anything about this artifact, then the guild knows even less than she does. The protagonist agrees that the guild doesn't know anything about it either. With his new skills, he should have been able to evaluate him. He applies the skill of assessment. The protagonist learns that this is a prototype of a medium annihilation cannon. Snake number 1. He thinks about it and realizes that it really is a snake. Before returning, he double-checked the ruins, and the reason why the place was abandoned was because the snake was out of control. He decides that if the girls find out that he knows about the family, he will be in trouble. He should keep quiet about it. However, Kira changes continue to talk about how big this artifact is, and they ask him if he was strong. The hero replies that yes. With his tail, he chopped down metal wolves left and right. The young man says that he killed about 30 wolves, but the snake probably destroyed many more than he did. The girls look at their idol with sympathy and surprise, and ask if he really killed 30 metal wolves. One of the girls claims that if they were able to withstand so many opponents, it means they are equal to A-rank adventurers. By the way, she thinks that the snake was also of the same rank. Meanwhile, the heroine, who is sleeping on the young man's shoulder, opens her eyes. They continue the explanation, and after that it feels like they are going to certify the hero as a B-rank adventurer. Apparently, to be a B-rank adventurer, one must have leadership qualities. So B rank is currently the highest rank a young man can attain. The young man begins to feel as if he has done something amazing. The main character greets one of his acquaintances. The man turns around. The young man says that the miner's disease case has been resolved. They finished it 3 days ago. The men look at the heroes in bewilderment. One of them is amazed and exclaims, asking if they really completed the investigation and solved the problem so quickly. The protagonist says that after he submitted his report, the topic changed to discussing a certain substance. The main topic was how to prevent the leakage of technology expand production. It seems that the kingdom he is in now is going to start selling. They paid for this technical fee, and the protagonist feels that this revolutionary technology will significantly change the country. Suddenly, the main character stops himself thinking that this is too big a scale. He was supposed to join the negotiations with the kingdom and focus on settling the business somewhere in the capital. But he decided to hand over the percentage of the profits and offer all the responsibilities to the Coal Miners Association. He is still an adventurer and has not yet finished his journey. So the week flew by. The negotiations with the Coal Miners Association were successful. After the young man informed the guild that he was officially taking the girl into the team, she was given a guild card. He was also given the achievements of becoming the fastest, youngest adventurer to receive his rank. Compared to stories of national scale, this is still nothing special. A young man approaches a girl and asks about a hairpin. He wonders that when they left the ruins, she was pitch black. Why did she turn colorful again? The girl says that it's all because of the magical power that he discharged, and she completely recharged. It would take her about 30 years to charge, but this time a couple of days were enough. The young man smiles awkwardly and asks himself what kind of nuclear mana he has. He wonders what would happen if he directed the magic directly at her. Is it possible to charge the hairpin faster that way? The girl says no, because it will break. An unknown heroine enters the room and apologizes for the wait. The girl says that the removal of the magical power from the iron lizard's metal is complete. Now the young man will be able to process metal anywhere, if there is equipment. The young man thanks her. He turns to his partner, asking her if she thinks she needs the armor. The girl replies that she doesn't, because it's too heavy. The girl who came in asks if they are going to another city. The young man replies that he is thinking about it, but they will just follow the road and see where it leads them. There is an awkward pause. The main character's friend feels something behind his back and turns around abruptly. There is nothing suspicious in the back. The man is calmly loading the bags. The girls ask the young man what happened. The main character replies that he just thought something was missing. He asks his girlfriend what it was. The girl replies that the magical background disappeared 100 kilometers from here. The protagonist can't believe his ears. He couldn't figure out who caught the magical overload, but even he could feel this magic. It must be amazing magic, but he can't say that no one in this world can create a spell of this magnitude. He has a feeling that an artifact stronger than a flying snake has been switched off. Does he understand that something happened behind the mountain? The young man turns to Sumishi and asks, what cities are hundreds of kilometers away on that side? The girl begins to list the cities that are located at the foot of the volcano. She asks if the young man really wants to go there. The girl smokes that there is a very dangerous labyrinth on the way to him with high-ranking monsters. The young man, the protagonist, grins and says that in that case they are going to Ortion. The main character's fighting spirit rises, and he says that this way they too will have more fun. The girl smiles and is happy that she will have new adventures. The unknown girl replies that she knew he would say that. The protagonist is the youngest man his girlfriend fly real adventurer. Thus they left Herrera. The action takes place 3 hours after takeoff. A young man and his girlfriend fly upside down. Suddenly the main character feels something and turns back. The main character turns to his girlfriend and asks if she is okay. The girl answers that she is. The young man blurts out that she doesn't seem tired at all, and that she's probably just bored. It seems to him from the constant use of levitation, it has no side effects. He assumes that it is because she uses this discharged magic of his. First of all, her flight speed is low. But if he does not accelerate, then she will fly approximately the same speed. At this rate, they will reach the designated point in literally a matter of minutes. The protagonist's friend notices monsters ahead and happily tells him about it. The young man suggests that she kill them. He had planned to get to the city as quickly as possible, but apparently this was not the case. A huge crowd of monsters blocks their way. His way is blocked by a huge crowd of monsters. The girl looks at them in surprise. The protagonist says that he has changed his point of view, and now it is time for a warm-up. The heroine prepares to attack. Both comrades run towards the monsters. The heroes and the huge crowd move towards each other. When they meet in the middle, a bloody mess begins. The protagonist shouts to his girlfriend to attack, but not to kill them. The girl agrees with him, but asks why this is necessary. The young man asks, "Can't she see? The monsters look very tasty and wasteful it will be to kill them all." The heroine asks if they are edible. She says she has never seen such monsters before, so she does not know. The man is surprised. He looks at her. He realizes that just because a monster looks like crabs doesn't mean they're edible, and decides to use his assessment skill. During the evaluation, the main character realizes that they can be eaten after all. He is incredibly happy about this. The girl screams that monsters are also approaching from the other side. The young man happily asks what they will do this time. Suddenly, his gaze changes. On the other hand, the hero is approaching brown cockroaches. They can also be eaten, but they look completely unappetizing. The young man looks at them in horror. He tells his girlfriend that it's time to leave here. The girl asks why they are running away. Because the enemy looks weak. The protagonist replies that they have spoiled his appetite. After some time, I do not stop, and the young man catches his breath. He is glad that they have broken away from the pursuit. They arrive in the city they were going to. The young man finds himself thinking that traveling with a child is quite unusual. They are met by a man in uniform who says that the roads are full of monsters now. He asks if they are okay. The girl screams that the monsters are actually weak. The young man replies that it is a low-ranking monster, but he doesn't think they are that weak. The young man says that, judging by the guests' weapons, they are quite strong. The protagonist understands that not only blacksmith adventurers can guess that his Witcher sword is an unusual weapon. He says that they easily deal with such monsters, except for cockroaches. Anyway, he asks what happened. He wonders why there are so many monsters near the city. The man awkwardly answers that this city is surrounded by 4 forests, in which many monsters live. Recently, monsters began to escape from one forest, and they tried to move to the nearby forests. However, if you think about it, all the monsters that the heroes met were moving in the same direction. The protagonist asks if they know the reason for the migration. The young man replies that they know little, but rumor has it that the guild knows for sure. But they didn't send a high-level team, so he thinks it's not that big of a deal. The young man laughs. The protagonist wonders if the guild might be hiding information. When the metal lizard appeared, when he found the bandits' hideout, both guilds also kept information to themselves. The young man asks you, is this another problem of the same scale? While the young people are talking, the main character's girlfriend is jumping around them. At some point, she jumps into her friend's arms, screams, and asks him what is happening. The young man calms her down, says that it is just an earthquake near volcanoes. It is a common thing. Suddenly, everyone starts to smell a strange odor. The young man assumes that it is the smell of sulfur. Maybe that is how the city smells. The guard says that earthquakes have been happening a little more often lately, but there is nothing unusual about it. This can be considered one of the highlights of this city, he adds. He officially welcomes the heroes to this city, saying that they are always welcome here. The protagonist and his companion look around. It is a city of ancient ruins and hot springs. Young man, surprised that there are hot springs here. In this city, they are quite rich and luxurious. However, the price for one night in the springs is several times higher than in their old city. But still, the hero understands what they are paying for, because inside the hotel, there are beautiful, cozy rooms waiting for them. He looks around carefully and sees that there are 3 rooms in the room and even a kitchen. He turns to his companion and asks if she can cook crabs using magic. He can't wait to try them. The girl happily agrees. The young man watches the cooking process carefully. Suddenly, one of the crab's claws begins to move. However, something distracts the hero, and he does not notice it. The young man feels that an earthquake is starting again. He asks the girl to move away from the pot so as not to accidentally spill boiling water on herself. However, the young man is very glad that she has gotten used to using levitation. When the crab was cooked, the comrades sat down to eat. The main character wished everyone a bon appetit. The young man broke open the juicy crab meat. He came across one of the most Mrs. So pieces. The young man tastes it. The protagonist admires the taste and the way it is cooked. He notes that the crab tastes like a regular one. The protagonist's girlfriend, in turn, also tries a piece. She says it turned out very tasty. The young man asks her not to eat it, because they will need something for breakfast. He wants to hide the remains in the inventory. The girl agrees with him. After a hearty dinner, she feels sleepy. The girl is tormented and almost falls asleep at the table. The protagonist watches her and is touched. The girl fell asleep right after dinner, no idea how old she is, but she looks like a normal child. The young man decides it's time to sleep. He puts the heroine to bed and watches her snore sweetly. The main character thinks and sighs. Now he needs to find out the reason for the sharp drop in the magical background when they were in another city. But first, he needs to relax and have a good rest. In addition, the young man remembers that they stopped at the springs, and there are open-air vines here. Due to fuel problems in the cities where he was, there were no vans, so he washed himself with a simple water balloon. While his girlfriend was sleeping, the young man decided to throw away the hot bones. The main character sighs and says that it is a little warm in the bath, but it is still pleasant. Suddenly something catches his attention and he turns around cautiously. The young man realizes that there is no shampoo here. This was to be expected, since dirt on clothes and the body can be washed off with just water. He thought that the unique feature could be the effect of some artifact. If someone destroyed it, it would be a disaster. The young man begins to look around. He again feels strange tremors underground. The main character thinks that this is another earthquake. Suddenly he jumps up from the bathroom. The protagonist remembers his girlfriend, who was left alone in a hotel. The young man has a bad feeling. He assumes that the girl could have been frightened by the earthquake. However, her hovering skill will save her from this. He understands that it is unlikely that she will be able to hover while sleeping. Judging by the increasing sound, she's flying straight here. The girl unceremoniously bursts into the bathhouse. The young man shouts for her not to come in, but the heroine does not listen to him. She calls him by name. The girl splashes into the water next to him. The heroine's face also changes, and she starts playing with the rubber duck. The young man looks at her in bewilderment. After some time, the girl goes to bed again. The protagonist stands over her bed and watches her sleep thoughtfully. He thinks she has become quiet, but in fact, the girl has fallen asleep. The protagonist wants to go to the guild. He understands that it will be bad if the heroine wakes up. He decides to do this, but thinks that he will pray that another earthquake does not happen. The hero decides to return as soon as possible and goes to the Adventurers Guild. There he asks if he can find out the details of this task. He says he's trying to investigate the artifact. In other words, the disappearance of a huge amount of magical power. He says that he felt the same in Herrera. The only quest that somehow relates to this is the investigation of the reasons for the migration into monsters. The young man says he doesn't know how informed the guild is, so it's best not to mention the artifact's existence to them. He says he wants to explore the forest. The protagonist asks if the guild knows the current situation there. He wants to understand how much the guild knows so that he doesn't come back with information he already knows. The girl he asks this question to hesitates. She apologizes and says that she doesn't know anything about the forest either. The main character looks at her in surprise. The heroine's breadwinners say that she is an intern. The young man is disappointed, turns to her, and says that it seems like she is not trying to pretend to be a fool. However, they still know little. According to rumors, the guilds know much more. The young man knows that all the rumors are true. They hide information even from the employee. All the other employees he asked said they didn't know anything about it either. He apologizes and says he'll have to put pressure on the girl. The hero says he wants to investigate the disappearances of enormous magical power. The protagonist already knows that this is connected with the artifact. The girl is surprised by his speed. He suggests continuing and says that there is most likely something in the forest. Another woman enters the room and asks him to stop. She tells him to follow her. She says she needs to hear about his findings. The young man leaves. The intern is left in complete bewilderment. The young man sits down at the negotiating table with his new acquaintance. She asks how much the young man knows about artifacts. The young man replies that, as he thought, it is connected with artifacts. It seems to him that she is a high-ranking employee. The hero wants to tell her a lot, but doubts that everything will be all right. When he was in Herrera, he was suddenly overcome by a strange feeling. When he asked his friend, who was knowledgeable in magic, she said that it was because most of the magic power suddenly disappeared. He then came to the conclusion that such magic power could only be created by an artifact. The woman says thoughtfully, which means the information didn't leak. She asks the young man what his girlfriend's name is, and the young man answers. The girl repeats this name and remembers the name of the main character. The young man confirms everything in Takeland, mentally scolds you for mentioning his girlfriend. He thinks that he shouldn't have done it and doesn't understand how the interlocutor knows their names. The girl smiles and says that everything is as she thought. She says that recently a new report came in about adventurers on the air. It was said that several unusually strong ones arrived. In addition, there are a few extra volunteers who can get from Herrera to Arteon in just one day. In fact, it took the heroes only 3.5 hours, so for this reason, the woman does not know everything about them. But still, the information spread surprisingly quickly. There are no phones in this world. They transmit information using magic. In any case, this is the organization the young man did not want to fight. He asks if information about the artifact is hidden. The girl answers that only a few employees of the cells and adventurers know about it. She says that they were thinking of revealing it to the public, but someone from the outside told them to put it off. The protagonist guesses that the information is being hidden on orders from someone at the top. He suggests that the guild itself has considerable authority as an organization. If there is anyone who can forbid them from doing something, it would be some feudal lord. The hero asks if they always need to ask for information from the outside if they want to reveal something. The girl replies that not always, but sometimes they deal with situations that do not require special urgency in this way. The young man asks if it is true that the current situation is not urgent. The girl answers in the affirmative. She says that they have already caught the culprits and executed them. The protagonist assumes that the problem has already been solved. The girl says that if he wants to conduct an investigation on his own, he needs to follow a few rules. First of all, she asks to mention her and tell them that he is here because of Lassiasan. She says she'll be happy to help him if he needs to know anything. That's probably all the hero can ask for, he says he understands. The young man returns back home. In the end, he couldn't find anything worthwhile. She said that the criminals turned off the lights, but the monster still continued to evacuate, so the artifact must be there. We just turned it off and destroyed it. It seems to him that by finding the way, he will be able to get more of the information he needs. The next day, the hero and his girlfriend go to fight monsters. The young man says that they are already in the forest where the magical power disappeared. Today they will hunt all sorts of monsters while they look for traces of the artifact. He asks her to tell him if she senses a monster or unusual magical power. The girl agrees with him. She says that a broken magical instrument is a little harder to sense than other objects. The hero thinks that it is only slightly more difficult to sense an artifact that has lost its magical power. For a normal person, it would be impossible. Out loud, he simply agrees with the heroine. He asks her if she knows in which direction the artifact should be destroyed. The girl says she has no idea. There are many strong sources of magical energy here, and they are all around the perimeter. The protagonist decides to take a radical approach to completing the tasks. He suggests searching the entire area. The girl happily agrees to the proposal. The hero rushes into the depths of the forest. Evil-fanged wolves often roam there. The girl sends forth her rays of magic. They bite into the skins of the wolves, thus bringing them down. The hunt turns out to be successful. Suddenly, the heroes discover that a pack of wild boars, led by a leader, is running behind them. They also shoot back at him for fireballs. The hero moves deeper and deeper. They cover each other's backs and work together as a team. The main character is focused and attentive. He tries to assess the situation sensibly. Both heroes are quite accurate and hit their intended targets. The main character mentally tells himself that he needs to defeat all the enemies in the area. Suddenly, he hears some strange sounds. The young man stops for a second. He sees his girlfriend fighting monsters and is amazed at how many of them there are. He watches the battle closely and notices that the girl is killing them faster than he can catch them. He has to walk up to the target to put it in his inventory, so it's very inefficient because he has to slow down. He suggests that maybe they should try to optimize the work with magic. For example, attract corpses with magical power. The protagonist tried to do something similar. While pulling one of the killed monsters, he accidentally pulled something else. The main character himself was scared by this. The girl looks at her friend in amazement. She asks the protagonist what he is doing. The young man replies that he is reminding himself of the carelessness of his magical control. He turns to her and says that we can, using magic, drag the killed monsters to him. That way he could collect them in his inventory much faster. The girl sadly says that they are heavy. She turns to the protagonist and says that he can move faster to collect them faster. The girl asks why he doesn't use speed magic. The young man asks what kind of magic she is talking about. It is the first time he has heard of it. He asks if she is talking about the magic that is used when moving. It's easy to imagine he just needs to saturate his body with mana and thereby strengthen and eradicate it. The main characters decide to try later. The girl asks him not to speed up towards her. The young man says that for safety's sake, he tries a weak acceleration. He says out loud that he uses the acceleration magic technique. The girl watches her friend closely. The young man sees that nothing is happening and asks you if he gave too little mana. He decides to try again. This time the main character takes off at a crazy speed. The girl looks at his quick movement in horror. The young man turns over in the air and is frightened by the fact that he is losing control of the situation. It's blown further and further away. The main character crashes into a tree with all his might. Coming out from under the tree, he looks like a disheveled smoke. The hero complains that this is some kind of inconvenient magic. Ria, being very scared and somewhat confused, runs up to Kaede and asks with obvious concern if he is okay. The guy, trying to look confident, answers that he is okay. The man asks if it is because of his clothes that she is so worried, since he is still safe and sound. The guy then starts to remember that his clothes have a rather interesting feature that increases defense in exchange for mana. Kaede thinks to himself that the power of defense that he now feels is comparable to the rank of armor made of garden leather, which would be more familiar and usual for him. At this time, the boy asks Ria if the armor's magic can be activated when he is slammed into a tree, imagining this possibility. The girl, thinking about his question, wonders if magic has always worked, because there are different situations. Kaede thinks that perhaps the armor is constantly working, absorbing the released PMs all this time, and he reasons about his feelings. The girl agrees with him and says that the armor certainly becomes stronger with him, which can be very useful in battle. The guy, hearing this, is surprised how such a monstrous horn can become stronger. The girl, with obvious interest, asks if he was aware of this feature of his uniform. The guy replies that he doubts that anyone who wore this armor knew about it. He finally understands why he is alive at this point. He asks Ria if he can master acceleration magic in this situation, which could also save him. The girl confidently says that he just needs to keep trying, and everything will work out. The boy firmly declares that he will continue training while they explore the forest, killing monsters and discovering unknown corners of nature. The girl, smiling and happy for Kaede, willingly agrees with him in this regard. Suddenly the guy runs and hits a tree, which creates a comical situation. The girl, worried and clearly concerned, asks how he is. The guy, despite the incident, confidently answers that everything is fine, which calms her down. Gathering his resolve, Kaede speeds up again and runs, hitting the trees again, and he repeats these actions over and over, trying to get his momentum going. The guy, clenching his fist to prove his strength, confidently says that he can do it. The girl looks at him in surprise, admiration, and apprehension. The man, as if visually analyzing the situation, asks Ria in which direction the nearest monster is. The girl, concentrating, raises her hand and points her finger in the indicated direction. The guy, happy with such a hint, heads in that direction, full of determination. As he runs through the forest, he thinks he's starting to get the hang of it, which is a good sign. If he keeps speeding up with this magic, he'll eventually crash into something because he can't change direction while it's active, and that worries him. The man, thinking, came to the conclusion that it could be periodically turned on and off to prevent collisions. He understands that he needs to turn it on and then turn it off immediately. Suddenly, he meets a large monster ahead. It bares its teeth and looks in his direction, preparing for the meeting. The monster, with large ears, looks carefully into the distance of the forest, and suddenly he notices a flash ahead, which attracts his attention. Kaede quickly moves from tree to tree, trying to approach the animal as silently as possible. The monster, noticing him, is very frightened, showing instinctive fear. The animal, frightened, swings its paw, attacking the guy. The man sharply dodges, showing his skills in acceleration magic. And he delivers a powerful kick to the monster's belly. The boy is delighted to realize that his acceleration magic can be used to perform attacks, giving him an advantage. The monster, groaning in pain, flies back to the tree from the guy's blow, and the guy, meanwhile, successfully lands on the ground, showing off his skills. The guy, smiling slightly nervously, asks the girl how she likes this performance. Rhea, trying to be objective, answers that his movement looks strange, which could mean failure or success. The guy, not losing his optimism, says that everything is fine as long as he can use magic. But before she could finish speaking, the girl suddenly noticed something ahead. Rhea, noticing something unusual, asks the guy to wait. She says that she feels a strong and strange magical force that is somewhere nearby, which makes them both wary. The guy looks at the girl in surprise, realizing that this could be important. Approaching the source of unknown magic, the guys, looking from behind the bushes, notice something strange and completely unusual. In the middle of the forest, a large round plate with an unknown image opens up to their eyes, behind which a certain secret is hidden. The guy thinks that these are ancient ruins in Herrera, which can become an important find. This object looks impenetrable and has magical powers, causing their genuine interest. The girl and the boy look at the stove with joy and surprise, realizing its importance. Rhea says what a strange lid this is, drawing their attention to it. The boy, delighted, replies that there must be something great under it, and praises the girl for her excellent work, which becomes a pleasant end to their wanderings. The heroes finally open the round slab, and their gaze is met by a staircase leading down into a mysterious space. Kaede and Rhea look at the stairs with a look of surprise, unable to utter a word, absorbed in the atmosphere of mystery. Later, already at the estate, Lassiasan asks with interest the two heroes sitting opposite her if they found anything interesting while exploring the forest, setting the tone for a light discussion. Rhea, not skimping on emotion, shouts out that it was rather boring, as if trying to lighten the mood. The guy interrupts the girl, confidently declaring that she should allow him to explain the situation normally and without haste. He says that there is an entrance to a forest 12 kilometers southwest of here that was closed with an object similar to that very lid, which gives them new ideas. He goes on to say that when they went down there, they found underground ruins where everything was completely destroyed. Kaede adds that he found traces of burnt items, but other than that, it was mostly scrap metal that had no value. Lassiasan, with interest and attention, answers that it means there was something there that has value, that stimulates their imagination. The guy agrees. He says that it was an artifact similar to the pedestal that they are now remembering. The guy, filling his thoughts, thinks that this is the reason for the strange phenomenon that occurred in their adventure. Kaede goes on to say that while they were in the dungeon, there were the remains of a large magical stone nearby, which apparently had previously been placed on top of the pedestal, which raises further questions. He says that when they checked the pedestal, they discovered that it was a subsystem of something, which highlights the complexity of the whole situation. The guy, thinking, says that they will not learn anything more about this device, but he believes that this place used to be some kind of auxiliary facility with a separate main system that kept its secrets. The woman sitting opposite the guy says that the strange phenomena must have arisen because the large magic stone was disarmed. And then the girl falls silent, holding her chin and thinking about what was said. The man, weighing his thoughts, thinks that theoretically, even if the girl knows something about this, he doubts that she will want to share this information with them. He feels that Lassiasan seems to know nothing about this auxiliary object. After a long silence, the girl looks at the boy and says that she wants to ask him something. She says he previously said the underground ruins were a support facility. The girl continues to say with a serious face, whether she thinks that Kaede knows this because he or Rhea has some kind of research ability, which makes her get to the heart of the matter. The guy gets scared at this point, and Rhea, trying not to attract unnecessary attention, calmly drinks from a mug, watching the dialogue. The boy, catching himself thinking that Lassiasan is right, since they both have this ability, begins to worry about giving away too much. Kaede is surprised how she was able to draw such conclusions from only a few phrases, and he thinks that no one should have known about his skill. The girl, bowing her head, continues to say that she does not force him to tell her all the details, which creates an atmosphere of trust. Lassiasan says that they just want to know as much as possible about the adventurer's abilities in case of emergency. She says that they have an achievement of solving the Herrera mind disease in a short period of time. She guessed that someone in their team has a high analysis skill and is hiding it. The boy remains silent, with a wry smile, while his companion looks at him in surprise, catching his mood. The man is a little worried that Lassiasan might abuse this information, but at the same time, the boy is surprised at how witty and insightful she is. The boy sighs and closes his eyes, lost in thought. He thinks that telling Lassiasan as much information as possible and relying on the guild would be the best solution in this situation. The man, having collected his thoughts, replies that this is his skill to back up his words. The girl, with satisfaction, says that she will ask him about the details of the route to the ruins later, leaving the door open for further conversation. The guy looks at her questioningly, trying to understand what she means. The girl responds that she has already told him this before, that only a few adventurers and guild members know information about the current problem. Lassiasan confidently says that she thinks that their party should know this too, so that they can stay up to date. The guy looks at the girl carefully, realizing the importance of these words. The woman in glasses, in all seriousness, says that she cannot reveal this to him until she gets permission from the top management, which has caused him its own anxiety. She asks him not to expect much and to be patient. The guy, in response, thanks her for her understanding and support. Kaede, thinking that she decided to trust him, since he revealed information about himself. He speculates that the problems lie in this hidden information, and can only hope that the higher-ups will allow him to share this information. The man believes that the best candidate would be the largest ruins in the area, such as the Orton Labyrinth. The boy, sitting on the bed, looks at Rhea questioningly and asks what kind of countermeasure against earthquakes that was, showing interest in what she came up with. A girl floating in midair on a bed wishes a guy good morning, and he, with a little humor, replies that this is an eccentric way to sleep, adding a bit of humor to their conversation. While walking through the city, the boy asks if Rhea is okay and if she hit her head in her sleep, showing concern. The girl smiles and says that everything is fine, but she says that she wishes the bed was much higher, but it is difficult to do so while sleeping. The guy thinks that this is completely impossible, but he smiles to himself at the optimism of her words. Suddenly, the city began to rumble, causing all the residents, including the main characters, to become frightened. The man, assessing what is happening, asks if the girl is okay. Rhea, with a slight laugh, replies that she has already gotten used to it, and the guy is glad to hear this, rejoicing at her resilience. The girl asks where they are going today, raising the interest in their adventure. The boy, enthusiastically, replies that they are going to the guild to explore the labyrinth. Suddenly, someone kindly asks for Kaede, and the friends turn around, looking at the stranger. The man, slightly confused, asks what happened. The stranger introduces herself, saying that she is one of the guild's employees and invites them to come inside the building to talk. The guy looks at her questioningly, trying to grasp her intentions. Approaching the counter, the girl with a stack of papers in her hands says that they were put forward in response to a request from Fionan, a request for, quote, cooperation in accompanying and assisting in the exploration of recently discovered ancient ruins. The guy, doubting what he heard, asks his companion if she has any acquaintances among the guild members. The girl denies it with a smile and adds that she herself is completely ignorant about this issue. The guild worker says that the reward is negotiable and that the boy has the right to accept or refuse it at will. The boy, thinks that he really wants to privately inspect the recently discovered ruins, which causes him inner excitement. Kaede couldn't help but ask if this man was one of the guild's representatives. The girl denies it with a smile. The guy begins to think about the fact that this person is putting forward his candidacy at such an inopportune time. The guy introduces Lassiasan and how she told him that his party should also know about this. Holding the tablet, the boy thinks that this is probably Lassiasan's doing, because even if it isn't, he can go to the new ruins, hoping for good prospects. The boy thanks the girl for the information she provided, and says that he will try to meet her. Kaede and Rhea approached the building that stood in front of them. The girl looked at the structure in surprise, while the guy, with disdain and slight irony, said that it was a magnificent tofu house. Ria, not hearing his words, asked again, not understanding the sarcasm. The guy told them to go forward. Ria stopped abruptly, and she shouted to the guy to stop, as she noticed strange magic coming from the door. The guy thought it might be a trap and asked if it was dangerous. The girl, after carefully examining the surroundings, replied that she thought it wasn't dangerous, but still had some doubts. She noted that it was related to the door, but she could not clearly understand the pattern of these events. The guy thought about the woman using a magical tool as an alternative to the intercom, which seemed quite interesting to him. He asked Ria to be on the alert just in case, preparing for any surprises. Suddenly the door opened and a girl came out, clearly knowing the heroes. Kaede and Ria, surprised, looked at her warily. The heroes saw a girl with fox ears and a tail. She, in a good mood, said that they looked exactly the same as she had heard about them before. The girl with ears, curiously, said that they had a rather strange party composition, to which the heroes looked at her with great attention. The boy, instantly recognizing that the fox was a beast man, did not expect such a meeting. He asked her if she was Fionan. The girl exclaimed with joy and a wide smile that it was her, which surprised the man even more. He said he heard she had nominated him for a private investigation into the recent ruins. The fox girl twitched her ears, showing interest in the conversation. The girl, wagging her tail, happily confirmed the guy's statement, adding that this was completely unrelated to the guild, it was her private request. Leaning over, she said that the ruins would probably be very different from what they expected, and that she had found these ruins herself, emphasizing her words. The man looked at her in surprise, perplexed by this turn of events. The boy, clarifying his thoughts, thought that this manner of speaking might be related to Lassiasan. He thought that the guild probably manages this information using methods similar to the guild card, and Lassiasan uses some kind of loophole to tell him this important information. The boy extended his hand and asked if she could tell him more about these ruins. The girl answered with a serious expression that there were many scary monsters and traps there. The fox girl sighed and said that she had previously tried to go through this place alone, but all she could do was just run, which greatly surprised the guy. The guy asked with interest if she really tried to challenge herself, even though she was an archaeologist. The girl, smiling, raising her fist, laughing, said that in the end she was confident in her endurance. She convinced the guy that there was no need to speak to her so formally, that she was not a big shot, to which the guy, unable to resist, agreed with the girl. Fionan said with a happy face that they would be able to conquer them with the artifacts, which was quite encouraging. The fox girl added that if only she could use Ria's hairpin. Ria, frightened, grabs Kaede, shouting that she won't give the hairpin to her. She calms the girl down and says that she won't be able to take it, even if she wants to. A powerful artifact can only be used by one person. Fionan says that the hairpin is interesting to her as an object of research. The guy was surprised by what he heard. The man wonders if Ria's hairpin might actually be an artifact. He wonders if it has any limitations to its use, which leads him to wonder about its true nature. Meanwhile, the girl holds on to the boy, pouting in an offended manner. The guy, wanting to clarify the situation, asks Fionan if each artifact has personal authentication. The girl answers that only particularly strong artifacts have such a possibility. And when it comes to high-class artifacts, they identify their owner from the moment they are born, no one except the owner. The man, curious, asks the girl what rank Ria's hairpin is. Fionan replies that a detailed study is needed to determine the rank, but among all the magical tools she has seen, the girl's hairpin is the most perfect. The fox girl adds that the hairpin is truly amazing. Ria looks up in surprise, but already in a better mood. She shouts out that her hairpin is really amazing, which raises the atmosphere. Fionan leans towards the girl and, laughing, agrees with her, which brings a smile to the guy's face. He understands that Ria carries such an amazing thing with her, and realizes that the mystery is only deepening. The guy approaches Fionan and asks what she would offer as a reward for exploring the ruins. The girl thinks about it and says that he can take all the artifacts in the ruins, but in exchange she wants him to be able to explore the ruins for at least 3 days. The guy was surprised and, a little perplexed, asked if it was normal to offer them such favorable conditions. The girl answers with a smile that there are no problems, she only wants to examine the object itself, and besides that, she barely manages to analyze artifacts, so she doesn't need them. The guy ponders, realizing that her main subject of study is not artifactology, but archaeology. He is surprised that she can analyze artifacts a little. He confesses that he doesn't know much about the ruins, and it would be helpful if she could explain things to him along the way. The girl agrees that she's willing to tell him a lot. However, the fox girl turned her head away and said that she didn't have any hidden information from the guild this time, so she couldn't do it. The boy realized that this must be a loophole that Lassiasan was using. Kaede begins to think that she can't give them information without permission. But if this is a private investigation, there's no way to stop him, especially if the information he gets from exploring the ruins doesn't violate the confidentiality rule. It seems like a very good deal. In fact, he'll benefit more than she will. The boy realizes that, in exchange for this, he must protect Fionan while they conquer the ruins. Kaede, determined, asks when they are leaving. The girl raises her index finger and says with a smile that as soon as they are ready. The guy replies that it's too sudden, to which Fionan-san confidently replies that it's better to end it as soon as possible. The girl, turning away her gaze, says that perhaps all this can still be postponed for 10 years, as far as they know. The guy realizes that this is another strange phenomenon, similar to a flowing bomb without a timer. Ria looks at the girl in surprise, and the guy replies that they need to move right now. 3 heroes walk along a path along a waterfall, surrounded by forest, heading into a large cave. The girl, with a smile on her face, shouts out that they have arrived at the place. The man says that the cave resembles a natural hot spring, but at this time the fox girl sighs from fatigue, feeling slightly anxious. Kaede asks Ria if she feels anything strange. The girl, thinking, answers that she feels many magical instruments inside, but hesitantly says that none of them are large. The guy thinks that even if there are some magical artifacts inside, they are most likely already destroyed. He thinks that it is best to count on the fact that there may be magical tools inside as traps. The man asks Fionan what their plan is. The girl replies that he has the most protection among them regarding this. Ria, jumping up and down joyfully, says Kaede's name, which inspires trust among them. The man replies that they may be right. Then Fionan, smiling, places a magical artifact in the boy's hand. The man looks at the thing questioningly and asks what kind of magical instrument it is. The girl hugs Ria from behind and, with a smile on her face, says that they will follow behind them, preparing for the adventure to begin. The fox girl adds that he will set all the traps along the way to ensure safety. Fionan, with a light laugh, says that this is their whole strategy, to fall behind, and then she sends the boy ahead. Kaede looks at the girl with confusion and fear in his eyes, realizing that it turns out that he is being sent ahead alone. The boys stood in front of the cave, and the atmosphere around them was filled with anticipation. The boy looked at the girls, and the girls, in turn, looked at him with curiosity and excitement. Kaede, looking at his new magical tool, thought that it might be necessary for setting traps. He wonders if the girl knows about his high defensive power, or maybe this tool she gave him is something amazing and unusual. The boy noticed that this tool had the ability to cancel a fatal attack for the owner, but it could only be activated once. He realized that the girl actually expected him to receive fatal damage. The girl, with a nervous smile, looked at the boy, realizing that her secret had been figured out. Kaede, raising an eyebrow, asks Fionan if she has any techniques or artifacts that could disarm the traps. The girl sighs and replies that, unfortunately, she does not have any. Ria, looking at her in amazement, could not contain her surprise. Suddenly the girl smiles widely and, clutching her fists to herself, says that she has heard a lot about his achievements from the guild, which adds a note of admiration to the conversation. The fox girl, with glowing eyes, turns to the boy and says that everything will be fine. Ria also picks up the mood and tells Kaede that everything will be fine. However, the boy simply remains silent, feeling the waves of uncertainty approaching. The boy presses his lips together and thinks that these two are not only compatible with each other, but rather similar. He thinks that he has healing magic, and he can't let Ria and Fionan-san move forward too. The guy finally agrees with the girls and says that they will do it. Ria and Fionan-san happily shout out that they agree with him, which fills the atmosphere with optimism. Suddenly Ria stops and gasps, saying that there is a magical trap on the left side, but it is safe for Kaede. The guy asks the girl what she means by safe. The man, sighing and closing his eyes, suggests simply avoiding her. but suddenly he steps on some switch that clicks in response. The guy looks at it and is surprised to realize that it is a physical switch. Suddenly, Ria called out Kaede's name loudly. At this moment, some kind of shooting mechanism releases an arrow aimed at the guy. But the man does not notice it right away. The arrow hits the guy's cloak and, failing to pierce him, bounces off to the side. The girls look at this with bewilderment and fear, unable to understand what happened. Kaede turns around and looks in surprise towards the nearest arrow. He tells the girl that it was a misfire. The girl shrugs and says, worried, that the guy wasn't hurt and is surprised at his irrational defensive powers. The guy, smiling, says that he understood everything. Ria apologizes with a guilty face and tells her friend that it wasn't magic and that's why she couldn't detect it. The guy smiles and says that she shouldn't worry because he's fine. He realizes that there are both magical and physical traps here, and realizes that the physical trap is not very powerful. Perhaps they are designed specifically to make them let down their guard, which worries Kaede. The guy looks closely at the hand and wants to try to determine the types of traps that surround them using the magic analysis. Using his magic, he sends it forward, and to their surprise, many hidden traps appear before them. The girls look on in amazement. The guy makes a face and says that with so many traps, maybe he should just hit them with magic and activate them all. Fionan says that's a good idea with a nervous smile. The guy, along with Ria, extends his hand and casts a spell. Then all the traps explode, creating a chaotic commotion in the air. Kaede, having collected her thoughts, asks Ria if she can determine the location of the magical traps and how many there are. The girl replies that she can, and one is right next to him. The guy, disappointed, says he can't see them, realizing that if he can't see the traps, he won't be able to use the analysis on them. Fionan says that the magical traps are well hidden, and she can usually spot a few, but this time she won't be able to find any, which still adds tension to their adventure. The girls look at each other happily. Fionan, with a smile on her face, told Ria that she was amazing. The girl only laughed in response. The guy, watching them, realized that he should count on Ria to detect magical traps. He asks what he should do to disarm the magic traps. The girls turn around and Ria tells him that he just needs to step on her. The girl assures the guy that she and Fionan will be there because some traps can really block the way, and he will have to skillfully dodge them if he does not want to step on them. The man, slightly hesitant, asks Fionan what she is thinking. He asks what would happen if he actually stepped on a magical trap. The girl sighs and says that it all depends on the type of trap. They can summon monsters, cause rain, and other such things. Fionan mentions that when she was here before, many traps simply drained her stamina, which worries Kaede. Fionan, with a serious expression, says that it is better to avoid them, while Ria, in turn, insistently says that one should simply step on them. The guy decides to trust Ria. He realizes that she knows much more about magic than he does. Kaede, slightly nervous, agrees to try stepping on a magic trap at least once, to which the girls looked at him in surprise. The boy lifts his leg, preparing to step on a possible trap. The girls, seeing this, cautiously back away, feeling the tension in the air. He snorted with apprehension and caution, preparing himself for something catastrophic. Stepping sharply on the magical trap, he waited with anticipation for everything to start rattling and hissing. However, the boy looked ahead in confusion because nothing happened. He asked the girls why nothing happened. Ria shouted that she was right. To this, Fionan simply looked away, trying to comprehend what had happened. Ria explains that the magical power in the trap was dissipated due to the boy's power. Since the traps were well hidden, they only contained a small amount of magical energy. The guy, after asking the girl with disbelief how she dissipated, ponders how the power he released could simply break everything around him. Continuing down the corridor, they noticed a large wooden door ahead, filled with riddles. Kaede turns to Fionan and asks if they are going to look inside. He realizes that there could be many traps in the room. The girl replies that these ruins used to be some kind of facility, and she doesn't think people would make traps in the rooms. But if it was a military facility, there could be something like that inside. The guy, looking at the door, thinks that if it is a relatively safe object, there is no need to set traps inside. He suggests that the girls look inside the door. Opening the doors and entering the room, they saw a large empty space. The friends look around and the boy says the room looks nice, to which the girl replies that the pattern doesn't match. The boy turns around and looks at the girl, asking if they both see that the room is empty. Fionan, with a serious expression, says that the person who used this room pleasantly escaped from the institution, so there is nothing here, but he could have set traps that could harm the object. The guy sighs and replies that, "Isn't this the worst thing that's ever happened?" He already wants to quit. The girl nervously smiles and tells him to stop talking like that, trying to keep his spirits up. She convinces the boy that since there are traps in the corridor, there may be treasure hidden somewhere. But even without them, the ruins themselves are already an important object of study. She continues that they will be able to make valuable discoveries by finding secret doors in the depths. The man thinks that at first glance the ruins look empty, but there may be some surprise hidden in them, like in the ruins of Herrera. Kaede reassures the girl that there is no need to worry. He will fulfill her request. The boy asks if they are finished in this room. The girl replies that she will come back later to study the small details. She says that there will be enough food if he can make the ruins safe to some extent. The guy, turning to her with a smile on his face, says that in that case they should first go to the deepest part. The boys, full of determination, walked through the cave, looking at the old ruins and having fun, while Fionan made important notes in her notebook. The guy walked ahead along a narrow corridor lined with bricks, and the girls followed him, carefully examining everything around. The man noticed that the corridor was becoming narrower and narrower. The girls agreed, listening to his words. Fionan also noticed that the atmosphere had changed, but the ceiling remained high, which emphasized the mystery of their adventure. Rhea, exploring the space around her, suddenly stops abruptly, feeling something strange and unusual. She called out to Kaede, telling her that there was some strange magic ahead, and pointed her finger in the direction of her strange feeling. Fionan, looking at the girl in surprise, couldn't help but admire how quickly she noticed something. The boy asked if this strange magic was different from the traps they had encountered before. The girl thought for a moment and said she wasn't sure, but the magic seemed weak enough. She asked if the boy wanted to step on her. Fionan raised her fist in support of her friend. The girl suggested that they first move away together, leaving the guy ahead. The man just kept silent, thinking that it would only be better this way. The guy, walking forward, resolutely stepped on the voiceover with his foot, feeling the growing excitement. Rhea, sensing something was wrong, shouted to the boy that the trap had been activated, to which Fionan was surprised by the girl's quick reaction and thinking, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Kaede realized at this point that the trap was not weak enough to be dispelled by his magic power. He worriedly asked the girls what kind of trap was being activated. Suddenly, everything around started to rumble and move. The girls and the guy were seriously scared, not having the slightest idea what was happening behind their backs. The loud noise made them turn around with apprehension and fear, seeing a large puck quickly heading towards them along a narrow corridor. The boys became even more scared when the huge puck, as tall as a corridor, began to pick up speed. The girls, seeing all this, were seriously scared, their eyes widening in fear of the approaching danger. A rush of adrenaline filled them, and they turned in unison, running away from the huge metal puck that was getting closer and closer to them. Fionan yelled at the boy, asking what it was. The boy, drawing his sword and preparing to protect the girls, mused that Rhea felt it was strange because it was a combination of a physical and magical trap. The man decided that this was a very classic trap. Looking at the girls, he shouted at them to just keep running. Using her acceleration magic, Kaede quickly dodges more traps in the form of flaming arrows that were flying around. He did this to activate all the traps ahead and take them on himself so that the girls would not fall for them. All he had left was this huge metal thing, which was moving towards the girls at great speed. The man quickly rushes past Fionan. She doesn't even have time to say anything because of the guy's great speed. The guy warns the girl that he is going to do something with this metal puck. In response, Fionan screams that doesn't he know that such metal cannot be destroyed by anything? The man, swinging his hand and casting a spell, shouts back at the girl that he is not going to destroy him. In fact, he is going to stop him. The guy hits the ground with his shield, and a huge stone wall appears from the ground, designed to stop the danger. However, the huge metal thing, colliding with the stone wall, began to break through it with an impressive roar. The man does not understand how this is possible. The girls, with surprise and fear, look at what is happening. The trap, accelerating, successfully breaks through the stone wall, and with a roar continues to gain speed towards the boys. The hero turned pale from horror and hopelessness of the situation, realizing that everything was not going according to plan. He shouts to the girls that they have no choice but to run, and they, in turn, are already running, with tears and fear in their eyes. Kaede turns around, looking at the approaching danger, thinking that maybe the puck is only getting faster because of the slope. He is amazed that his magic will no longer be able to hold back this threat. With fear in his eyes, the boy looks at what is happening, realizing that everything is becoming more critical. The man realizes that they are too slow, and, making a decision, grabs Fionan in his arms. The girl, looking at his actions in surprise, hesitates, but the guy continues to shout for them to run without stopping. The guy shouts at Rhea to run forward as fast as possible. The girl, without thinking, agrees and quickly accelerates. Fionan, flustered and confused by what is happening, asks what he is doing, but at that moment the boys accelerate even faster. She screams sharply in surprise and fear, feeling that the situation is becoming more and more critical. The guy realizes that they have managed to cover some distance and loudly asks Rhea, who, thanks to her abilities, is already flying ahead of them, if there is a crossroad ahead. The girl quickly looks around and says that there is a crossroad on the left. The boys look forward and actually see a passage into the room on the left side. Kaede, holding Fionan, asks Rhea if there are monsters inside. The girl replies that there are none, but there is something else. The man, out of the corner of his eye, notices something unusual. He saw something on the ceiling that seemed to be immune to magic power. It looked like a trap. The guy says that it all looks like a trap, but he believes that this does not mean that he should continue running further, because both of these actions are too risky. At that moment, Rhea shouts to Kaede that danger is approaching. The boy, alarmed, looked anxiously at the trap pursuing them. Fionan wanted to say something to the guy, but he understood her without words and ordered the girls to enter the room. They suddenly slowed down, and literally a split second before the collision flew into the room. At that moment, a huge metal trap whistled past the room, squeezing some mechanism in the process. The man landed successfully on the floor of the room he had passed, still holding the young girl in his arms. Rhea also managed to easily jump into the room at this time. Suddenly, there was a crash behind them. A huge metal door slammed shut, blocking the only exit. The boys turned around, frightened by the unexpected sound. The guy put the girl down, who, trying to collect her thoughts, said that they were trapped. The man, without waiting, ran to the door, ordering the girls to stay put. He hits the metal door with all his might, using pressure magic, but in response, only minor abrasions appear on its surface. Realizing that nothing is working, the man lowers his hand and, exhaling heavily, says that it is very difficult. The girls, with surprised expressions on their faces, look at what is happening, unable to understand how to get out of this situation. Suddenly, Rhea felt something was wrong. She heard a suspicious creaking sound. She exclaimed to the guy in fear that something was happening. The man, alert, asked what was going on. At that time, the fox girl looked at what was happening with curiosity. The guy also noticed something strange and looked at the source of the sound with surprise and fear. Suddenly, the metal hatch that the guy was looking at earlier opens, and suspicious metal structures begin to crawl out of it. A large metal stone falls out of the hatch with a roar, and the boys don't understand what it is. And behind him, more and more large metal robots with tracks were already starting to fall out of the hatch. The guy looked at this sight with horror, realizing that it was not safe to be here. When the dust settled, the boys saw an artifact called a Type 3 Crusher. These were large rectangular robots with tracks instead of wheels. Kaede frowned, knowing that he would have to fight them. He said that these guys looked tough. The knowledge that they were in for a dangerous fight was clearly reflected on his face. The man, having fully examined the robots, holding his sword at the ready, told the girls that these were ancient mechanisms that they had to overcome. Suddenly, the robots began to move and headed towards the heroes at great speed. Rhea exclaimed to her friends that they were advancing, and the boys, frightened by what they saw, began to think about their next steps, trying to assess the situation. The guy, not letting go of Fionan, jumps away from the robots a split second before the collision. Rhea is also not far behind and, together with her friends, flies up in time. The boy thinks that the robots are trying to crush them with their heavy constructions, but notes that they are quite slow. Kaede asks Rhea how much he needs to strengthen his spear to defeat them. The girl, thinking, answers that it will take about 20 times. The man asks the girl again in surprise, clearly not expecting such an answer. The guy understands that they will have to buy some time to come up with something more strategic. Looking at the robots, Kaede orders Ria to protect Fiona. Using acceleration magic, the boy instantly jumps towards the robots, preparing to attack. The girls gasp in surprise, continuing to watch the guy's actions, sensing his determination. The man bares his teeth, thinking that his wizard's sword seems useless against the strong metal. He realizes that he must aim for their crystals, which are located right in the middle of the body, like eyes. Kaede makes a direct strike with his sword right in the middle of the robot's crystal. The other robot noticed this and hesitated, looking at his opponent. The guy, already in a good mood and understanding how to fight them, shouted at the robot to attack him. The ancient mechanism, sensing a threat, rushed towards the guy with a sharp movement, but for some reason changed its mind and turned sharply to the right. The girls were surprised by what they saw. The man said that even if he couldn't break through their metal, it didn't mean he couldn't deprive them of the ability to move. Ria looked at her friend with delight, and Fiona apologized and said that she couldn't help them in any way. The guy, hearing this, turned around and with a kind smile told the girl not to worry, because wasn't that why she needed security? He looked at the robots and, turning to the girls, said that it was time to leave this room while they still could. Gathering his wits, Kaede raised his sword and used stone spear magic. Suddenly, long stone cliffs emerged from the ceiling in an instant, forming a protective barrier. Thanks to the guy's magic, the metal door that was closed exploded with sparks, thus opening the exit to the outside. The guys felt a surge of hope and understood that they had a chance to get out of this dangerous place. Emerging from her long confinement, Kaede enthusiastically suggests continuing their exciting journey. Ria happily jumps to the side, raises her fist in agreement, and agrees to the proposal with a smile. Fiona, tired and a little depressed, follows, but does not answer. She turns to Kaede, saying with bewilderment what absurd powers he has. In response, he says with a slight grin that he is, after all, a traveler. Ria, who is slightly ahead, notices something interesting and gasps in admiration. The girl picks up a stone from the ground, full of mysteries, and tells the boy with a twinkle in her eye that she has found a magic stone. The man looks at her, clearly interested in what she has found. The guy looked at the stone, thinking that it could probably be the source of energy for those strange machines. He offers to take them with him, to study them. The boys are once again walking along the familiar corridors, heading forward, full of hope. Suddenly the guy notices something and, twisting his face in surprise, begins to record it in fear. Ria is also surprised by what she sees and freezes in place. The guy says there is a big mess ahead, looking at the mountain of debris. His mind wonders if this was the room before, as they were definitely walking down the hallway. He thinks that perhaps it was destroyed by those mysterious machines. Ria, looking at the debris and remains, agrees with her friend, nodding her head. Suddenly, the boy hears his girlfriend's sad voice. He turns around and looks back, his eyes filling with worry. He saw Fiona crying, sitting on the floor, shedding tears. She sobbed and said that the precious documents they had talked about were destroyed to pieces and could not be restored. The girl boiled over and screamed indignantly, asking why the creators installed such a trap that destroys their own building. She wonders what the creator of these traps was trying to achieve. The guy sighs heavily and says that he has the same question. Suddenly, Ria comes up to him from behind and calls his name with concern. The guy turns around and asks the girl what happened, feeling that something is wrong. She asks him to move something hidden under a pile of rubbish. The guy is surprised by what he hears, but is ready to help. The girl leads him to a large piece of metal that had almost destroyed them earlier. The boy looks at it with excitement and some contempt, remembering that incident. The guy carefully asks his girlfriend if she wants him to move it, because she wonders why he would do that, since there is nothing valuable there. The girl points to the ground and confidently says that there is something underneath that is worth checking. The guy, surprised, tilts his head and specifies where exactly it could be, looking at the large piece of metal. After a short pause, the guy realizes that maybe he should try to remove it. After the job is done, the guy wipes his forehead with his sleeve. The girl gasps with joyful delight at what she sees. She happily points to the huge sword that was crushed under the massive metal, and the guy, not expecting to see this, just freezes. The boy is shocked by the find. Ria, who wanted to please her friend, says that she will bring it to him, already reaching for the sword. But she cannot lift the sword because, having assessed her physical strength, she understands that it is heavy. The girl turns around and tells Kaede, slightly confused, that he is indeed very heavy. He in turn extends his hand to her and tells her to let him help, eager to show his strength. The boy lifts the heavy sword with ease, not expecting it to be so easy for him. The girl looks at him in surprise and admiration, amazed by his strength and unexpected dexterity. The boy, lifting the sword up, says that he can hold it, but in reality, it is quite a heavy burden. Finally, Fionan notices them and is amazed at how he was able to lift it so easily. She looks at him in bewilderment. The guy asks her in surprise, perplexed by her reaction. The girl awkwardly answers that it is a gravity sword, and she herself does not understand where it came from. The man asks again, not believing his ears. The guy, thinking about his girlfriend's words, thinks that perhaps there is some effect hanging on it that gives the sword such incredible weight, and he wants to examine it. The guy, carefully examining the sword, understands and realizes that it is indeed a gravity super strong sword, and it can accelerate gravity when swinging downwards. The guy, puzzled, asks again about the acceleration of gravity. His thoughts are flying too far. He thought that with this thing, he will be able to fight using force. Rhea, standing behind, tries to find out more information. Fionan says with admiration that it must be a very powerful sword if he can handle it, but she has never heard of such a thing before. It still remains a mystery to her that anyone could carry it at all, as it is very heavy. The girl, thinking, says that only a few travelers were able to lift it, but they already had their own weapons, so they did not need this sword. The guy, examining the sword, confidently says that he understood everything. Having come to his senses, the man asks if the sword will be needed for further research, because it is a very important artifact that is worth studying. The girl replies that the sword is not particularly rare, so he can take it if he wants. The guy agrees to take it. Fionan, smiling broadly, says that they have done enough research for today, and it is time for them to return to safety. The guy, just getting a taste for adventure, didn't notice how quickly time passed. The girl, admitting to him that she needed someone to activate all the traps, replies that she will conduct a full excavation of these mysterious ruins a little later. Walking down the long corridor, the girl enthusiastically says that so much has happened today that she can barely take it all in. She says that for the first time in a while, everything is going according to plan, and with a wide smile admits that she really had fun and interesting things. Suddenly, out of the blue, Fionan steps on some machinery, and everything around her rumbles, as if the ground is shaking under her feet. Rhea gasps in surprise and excitement, feeling the adrenaline rush through her veins. The boys immediately felt that something was starting to happen around them, and they began to look around with alarm, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Kaede, with a tired voice, turns to Fionan, who, realizing that they will not be leaving this place anytime soon, apologizes and admits that she accidentally pressed something. Suddenly the trap was triggered, and something fell down the corridor from above with a loud crash and sparks. The guy immediately, without thinking, covered the girls with his body, taking the blows of fate. These were the same ancient mechanisms that they had to fight with today, as the boy reluctantly recalls, realizing that they had a new striking moment. The guy indifferently says that it's these robots again, as if he's tired of constantly fighting them. The girl, feeling guilty for what happened, lowering her ears and filling her eyes with regret, apologizes to the man, realizing that her actions led to such a serious development of events. But Kaede, with a kind smile, answers that everything is fine. He thinks about what he should do now, because in this situation he is again faced with a choice. The guy, looking at the robots, understands that in such a narrow space, he will not be able to get into their crystals again, as it was before. Suddenly, Rhea, struck by inspiration, remembers and offers the boy to try his new sword, with hope in her voice. The boy looked at the girl with a very surprised expression on his face from her bold statement. He liked the idea, and with determined intent, taking out his new weapon, he agreed to try out the sword, feeling his enthusiasm growing. The cars suddenly started up and drove straight towards them, with their mechanisms sounding menacingly. The guy, plain not thinking about the danger, rushed from the place, holding his newfound weapon tightly in his hands. The girls watched the guy, knowing that he would succeed, and watched his actions with hope. The boy, looking at the sword in surprise, noticed that it did not slow him down, and realized that this was probably due to the enchantment on it, which gave it such amazing lightness. He decided, gathering all his strength and confidence. He jumped high into the air, aiming his sword at the metal robots. He thought that the full power of this two-handed sword would be revealed at the very moment when he swung down, and he prepared for the decisive blow. The man slashes the robots with all his might, feeling the adrenaline rush through him. Kaede didn't expect such power, and is surprised at how much damage he did. The boy realized that this sword had much more destructive power than ordinary magic weapons, and now it brought him not only joy, but also confidence in his abilities. After a powerful blow, the robots are scattered into pieces, and powerful forces reign everywhere. The remains of the robots and pieces of land are scattered in different directions. Seeing sparks and pieces of ancient mechanisms, the girls looked at what was happening with fear, their mouths open in surprise and as if not believing their eyes. Men, with a smile and satisfaction on their faces, in a good mood, confidently say that they like this sword more than ever before, and now it is really his. Returning to the cozy estate from Tofu, the guys, resting after their intense adventures, sat at the table with a cup of hot tea. Fionan, with her ears perked up and her tail wagging, sending her positive energy towards them, thanks the boys for the work they've done, brushing aside all worries. She suggests discussing what's next for them, raising the topic with optimism. Ria, turning to the guy, asks if the task is completed. The man, turning his head towards her with some thoughtfulness, answers that it is not yet, and at the same time, understands that their real goal is to find information about the destruction of the artifact. Kaede turns to Fionan, who is sitting opposite her, and jokes with slight irony that it's a pity she has nothing to do with earthquakes. The girl, smiling broadly and closing her eyes, replies that she found out that the ruins have nothing to do with the earthquake. This revelation of hers makes the guy look at her with disappointment, because he was hoping to hear something completely different. The guy, perplexed, asks the girl if their research was in vain. Fionan, with a smile on her face, confidently denies the guy's words, saying that they did not waste their time. She asks the man if he knows about Radamkos. Kaede doesn't understand who he's talking about and, frowning, says that he's not familiar with that name, asking if that name is a person. The fox girl, raising a finger and slightly tilting her head, answers that the guy is right. His name is Radamkos von Orteon. The guy looks at the girl in surprise, beginning to remember something. He remembers that in this world, family names only belong to nobles, and notices that the man's initials contain the word Ortheon, which stands for the name of the city. The boy asks the girl if this man is the lord of that area, and thinks to himself that it would be wrong to address him without honors. Fionan, with a smile on her face, convinces the guy that this is not the name of the ruler of this region, but only the name of the successor, and in this city people do not speak very well of him. The guy, with a frown and a nervous smile, realizes that it seems like everyone really hates this guy. The girl says that it was about a month ago, when the current ruler, Forzel-sama, went abroad. Fionan, looking down, continues that Radamkos became the deputy of the lord and began to collect large taxes for no reason. Then he began to take various things from the shops of ordinary people. The girl adds that he can even easily kill innocent people on false charges. In conclusion, she explains that this man does as he pleases, without any consequences. Kaede listens in surprise. The boy wonders why he hasn't become a criminal yet for killing innocent people. Fionan replies that the people decided it in the form of a duel, and therefore it is not considered a crime in their society. The guy remembers how a woman once explained that even if someone kills his opponent in a duel, it will not be considered a crime. Such is the common sense of this world. He finally comes to his senses and asks the girl a question. How is this person connected with earthquakes? She answers that the one who forbade the guild to disclose information about the earthquake is that same Radamkos. The guy is surprised to hear this. Fionan admits that it is only her opinion, but she believes that he is the one who stopped the investigation process into the earthquake. She also adds that he has embezzled tax money, which is making things difficult for many people, including her. The man understands that this is what she meant when she said what they need to do next. The guy admits that he understands the situation, but he wants to hear from her specifically what she really wants him to do with this person. The girl hesitates, pressing her hands to herself, and says that she wants him to defeat her. She smiles slightly and sincerely admits that she would actually be happy if he could kill him. The guy looks at the girl carefully, understanding her sincere intentions, and notices how her hands are clenched and shaking. Kaede, closing her eyes, understands that there is deep resentment and hatred hidden in this situation. He turns to her, asking how so. If she says so, won't the guy become a criminal by killing him? The girl admits that he will become a criminal, but this man often mocks people from the lower classes and kills them in a duel, finding justification for his actions. The boy realized and said that it meant he could use his title as an E-rank adventurer. The girl, immediately catching on to his thought, readily agreed with him. The boy understands that in this world, there is a belief that rank equals strength, and he knows that there are probably no other adventurers like him who remain at E-rank. The man comes to the conclusion that the person who imposes high taxes and makes people suffer, and the one who is involved in the destruction of artifacts are one and the same figure. He expects that it would be better to remove such a person from power, but the guy lowers his gaze, immersed in thoughts about further actions. He turns to Fionan and tells her to give him some time to think. The girl happily agrees. Kaede, walking around the city with Rhea, ponders the request to eliminate the Lord's deputy. He does not think that there was any lie in Fionan's words, but he wants to at least confirm it first before accepting her request. He thinks it would be better if he gathers information in the city and meets the person in question directly. But now that he thinks about it, he actually doesn't even know what the person looks like. Suddenly, the guy's gaze is drawn to some kind of commotion in the city. He looks around and sees a plump and noisy man. He tells someone with a defiant look that he thought the guy sitting on his knees had a bag of money. The man with the bag in his hand nastily continues to say that if he had the opportunity to give his taxes to him. Kaede, greatly surprised, did not expect to meet Radomkos so close. The guy did not think that it would be so easy to recognize him. Kaede, having carefully examined the situation, immediately realized that this man who made noise in the street was the same person who had previously mentioned Fionan. The boy saw a poor man who was already shaking with fear and horror from Radomkos' harsh demands. Kaede asked the man standing next to him what exactly was going on here. In response, he heard him asking if he was a traveler, advising him to stay away from this unpleasant situation. The man continued his thought, explaining that this is a typical trick of Radomkos. He looks for his victim and tries to make their life difficult by suddenly increasing taxes tenfold. He also added that if they cannot pay these inflated amounts, Radomkos will demand their property, and after there is nothing left, he will simply take away their shops. The stranger strongly warns the guy not to try to stop Radomkos under any circumstances, because if he notices that you are weaker than him, he will accuse you of various crimes, and a duel to the death will begin. He goes on to say that many people died because of him because they couldn't ignore his behavior and intervened. The guy, lost in his thoughts, looks at Radomkos and realizes that he really is a bad person, as he heard earlier. Kaede realized that the rumors about his involvement in the destruction of the artifact were most likely true. The stranger, clearly agitated, continued to talk about how he wanted Forzel-sama to return soon, as he had enough of this horror. Suddenly, someone from the crowd, deciding to intervene in the conversation, asks him about what he had just said. It was Radomkos. He said with contempt that the poor commoners dared to call him a bad man, and the man, without waiting for an answer, sharply asks if he is ready for the consequences of such ill-considered words. He takes off his glove and shouts at his subordinates to take it. Radomkos, with an arrogant look, raises his hand and says that he challenges this insolent man to a duel. He immediately becomes frightened and realizes that his end has come, while Kaede watches with caution. The boy remembers how this man told him to stay away from all this, otherwise he would be drawn into dirty business. The stranger, not understanding what he is talking about, asks the man, and he replies that he is sure that no one wants to die. Radomkos continues to say that he will do him a favor if he can pay him a tax several times more, and then he will forget about this incident. The man, with horror and fear in his eyes, realizes that he does not have such a sum, and says that he will not be able to do this. Kaede starts to get angry as he watches what's happening, when suddenly he hears Rhea's quiet voice behind him. He turns around and sees a girl with teary eyes, saying that this man smells really bad. Everyone in the city couldn't help but laugh at what they heard, and, as if in a single impulse, they began to laugh. Even Kaede, unable to restrain himself, smiled mockingly. Radomkos, feeling humiliated, became embarrassed and blushed, and began to be filled with anger and fury. The grown man said that it was a noble scent, and it didn't stink at all. The man decided to start his duel not with the man, but with the little girl. But suddenly Kaede, reacting quickly to what was happening, tripped him up so that he wouldn't get to the girl. The man falls to the ground screaming, and Ria has already managed to hide behind the guy, apparently in a panic. Everyone in the city began to worry about what happened and fear this man. The guy, thinking to himself that he's not really good at role-playing games, but that he can't change anything now, says that the perfume does smell bad, but he doesn't think that the smell is coming from his body. Kaede decides to pick up the man's glove with his sword, not daring to take it with his hands, and with an angry look, says that this word is Radomkos. Ria, not understanding what kind of manner of speech his friend has, where did his cloak go? To which the guy replies that he took it off to look weaker, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Kaede strongly warns the girl not to come here now because the situation is heating up. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Fionan appears. She asks in surprise what all the fuss is about. Kaede is happy to see the girl and quickly throws the man's glove aside. Ria just watches in surprise. The guy turns to Fionan and says that she is just in time. He asks her to take care of Ria so that she is safe. The guy continues that regarding her request, he is sure that she already knows the answer. The girl, smiling broadly and with obvious relief on her face, says that she agrees with him, showing her willingness to help in this difficult situation. Radomkos stood up and began cursing, loudly declaring that he had now done it, and his words left a feeling of tension in the air. To which Kaede, clearly not understanding anything, simply looked around, perplexed. The boy, who was full of determination, pointing his finger at his temple, asks him if he wants to fight him. At that moment, he thought that such a spoiled and bad guy like Radomkos would not be able to do anything serious to him. He confidently said that he would not be able to stand up to him, the strongest E-rank adventurer. Upon hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on Radomkos's face, as if he was planning something insidious. The man, in a defiant tone, shouted to all the people who were looking at them attentively that it seemed he had to teach them what happened when they stood up to him. Raising his fist, he says that he challenges Kaede to a duel here and now. The guy, in tense anticipation, simply watches what is happening and says that so far everything is going just fine. Radomkos points his finger at one of the soldiers and says that he will be the second in this duel. To which the man replies that he understands, while Kaede simply stands aside, watching this confrontation. The guard, having resigned himself to the circumstances, only sighed at what was happening. Suddenly, Kaede gasped, remembering something important that seemed to be able to change the course of events. The guy realized that this was the same scary one he had recently talked to. The man, realizing that this guy knew about his abilities, which were much higher than D rank, stopped. At this point, the guard just stood there with his head down, clearly not knowing what to do. Kaede, afraid that he would most likely stop the duel, attracts Radomkos's attention. The man, noticing the looks, turned around and looked at him with interest. To which Kaede smiled nervously and nodded, as if to signal that he was ready to fight. The people around him began to rush the guard, waiting for his answer, and the guy hesitated, assessing the situation. Suddenly, he hits his chest with his right hand and loudly declares that he is a witness to this duel. Kaede realized how much people dislike Radomkos, and this only fueled his anger. The guy says that if he wins, Radomkos will have to rescind all tax increases. The man agrees without thinking, but in return, he makes his own rule. If he wins, he will take all of Kaede's things. The man says with determination that this bet is pointless, because he will win anyway. The guy asks again if giving up is really not an option. To which Radomkos replies that only victory is important. Bowing his head, Radomkos claims that after he defeats him, he will decide to deal with the commoner and the girl who was with him. Kaede frowned when he heard that his close people were affected, but the guy, despite this, still decided to duel. The guard in charge of the second raises his hand to signal the start of the duel and warns the participants to get ready. Radomkos, having assumed his fighting posture, prepares to attack, and the hero only looks at him with distrust. Kaede watches intently with a frown on her face as the man tells him that he will allow him to say goodbye to him. The man with an angry face and full confidence declares that he is a C-rank traveler and says that he hopes the boy can entertain him. The guy is scared by what he heard, because Kaede understands that he put a lot of value on the line and did not expect to hear that his opponent would be C-rank. Suddenly, Radomkos, without waiting, jumped up and ran towards the guy with the aim of starting a duel. The man swings his sword and is about to hit his opponent. But the guy is quicker and quickly dodges his attack. Without thinking, Kaede delivers a powerful blow to the enemy. The man grunts in pain and surprise attack. The boy reflects that the C-rank traveler he knows was much stronger than him. The man flies back several meters after the guy hits him and clearly didn't expect such pressure. Suddenly, from the force of the blow, Kaede's sword cracks and breaks in half. The boy picks up his broken sword in shock, thinking that Dovran-sama's steel sword was broken, and thinks that the equipment was the only good thing he had. At this time, Radomkos, trying to get up after the blow, realizes that he can no longer move. The man, groaning heavily, shouts to everyone that he may have damaged his bones. Suddenly, all the inhabitants of the city froze, looking at the half-sitting man, exposed to ridicule. Suddenly, in an instant, everyone shouted in unison, asking Kaede to finish what he had started. The boy, with his head down, slowly approached the man, saying that now, if he was not mistaken, these were the conditions for victory. But before he could finish speaking, Radomkos hiccuped loudly from fear. At that moment, all the townspeople raised their hands and joyfully rejoiced in the boy's victory. The man, fearing for his life, extended his hand, saying that the guy could take all his money, provided that he did not touch him. Kaede realized that this man was begging for his life at the most critical moment, when everything seemed lost. The guy realized that this was a great chance to get information out of him. He asked him why he stole information from the guild. The man sitting on the ground looks at the boy in fear and starts saying that he was ordered to do this. Kaede wastes no time in asking who exactly ordered him to do this. The man, realizing that his end may soon come, begins to tell a story of a man named John Doe with great emotion. He tells that he is a member of the new generation of Fire of Doom, who, he believes, was the initiator of the idea to steal money. Kaede, hearing about such a mysterious organization for the first time, asks the guy again, with slight bewilderment, whether this is really such a strange and unusual name. Radomkos, lost in his memories, talks about a group of people, with a note of alarm in his voice, saying that this is in fact a large and dangerous organization that believes that all artifacts are evil. The men, with fear in their eyes, continue to tell about how his brother was in first place with their father, and he did not notice him. Radomkos was sure that the artifacts were to blame for this, so he knew that this group was doing the right thing. Kaede is sure that he himself is to blame for all this. The boy, full of curiosity, asks the man what else he knows about this organization, to which he replies that he knows nothing more specific, only adding that Radomkos asked him to trust him. Kaede begins to think that the man is indeed not lying. He decides that while the prince is away, times seem to be changing, and the people from these organizations seem to be manipulating him for their own ends. After hearing all this, Kaede decides with a heavy heart that he has no sympathy for any of them, and feels anger rising in him. The boy, swinging his broken sword, bids farewell to Radomkos. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouts Kaede's name, asking him to wait. At that crucial moment, the boy, a centimeter away from his opponent's face, stops. Behind them, at the front of the crowd, stands an agitated man with a beard and armor, clearly in a position of authority. Kaede, not letting go of his broken sword, turns his head, looking at the man behind him, while Radomkos looks forward with surprise and incomprehension, clearly not expecting to meet this man whom he has not seen for a long time. Suddenly, Radomkos loudly and emotionally shouts that this man is his father. The man, excitedly and with noticeable fear, looks at what is happening, as if realizing that all this is clearly not good. One of the guards, according to tradition, hits his chest with his right hand as a sign of honor and loudly greets Forzel-sama, thereby expressing respect for her greatness and status. Kaede, despite all the tension of the moment, looks over his shoulder at the man with surprise and intrigue, realizing that this is the real prince who left for the capital. He realizes that the prince has returned when he learned of the terrible state of the city and the people. Forzel, with a look of determination on his face, extends his hand and politely asks the boy to lower his sword, since he cannot allow Radomkos to die in a duel. The man, with excitement and some mistrust, asks his father if he will save him. Kaede addresses the king that the conditions for winning their duel are the death of the opponent. He asks if the victory will be counted if they do not fulfill the conditions. Forzel-sama replies that if the conditions for victory are the death of the enemy, then the conditions must be met. He continues that it is not necessary to end the life of the enemy, it is Kaede who must. Suddenly, on the king's order, one of the guards takes out from his things a large, square-shaped attribute with mysterious symbols that mean many things. Kaede, looking at this object, realizes that it is a magical device that shows one's status, and his interest is aroused even more. The guard, without further ado, presents the attribute to Radomkos, who is sitting on the ground, and the guy is overcome with excitement. He hesitates, not understanding what exactly they are doing and what this could lead to. While presenting the magical attribute to the man's chest, a bright light suddenly appears from the mechanism, confirming that it has begun to work, and this event causes alarm. Suddenly, the loud word "bandit" appears on the magic device. Radomkos and Kaede, completely perplexed by what they saw, did not expect such a denouement at all. The guard coldly tells the boy that he is guilty. Radomkos starts shouting that it is not true. The man's father closes his eyes in disappointment, inhaling, clearly disappointed in his son. The man begins to beg and swear to his father that he did nothing wrong. The prince, in an angry and disappointed mood, begins to shout loudly at him, saying that if he had not done anything wrong. Forzel, with fury in his voice, shouts at the man about where Radomkos is now. Because he would not allow this to happen, he would not want to see it. It was not in his nature. Radomkos tries to justify himself, saying that his younger brother was too annoying, telling him what to do, so he chose to put him behind bars, saying that this, as it seems to him, is a natural course of action and there is nothing terrible about it. Everyone in the city, despite the gravity of the moment, watched silently and with horror as what was happening, and Kaede made a face and looked at the man with contempt, and thought that in society such behavior was called an assault and deprivation of freedom. The boy wondered if the man really thought that this was normal. Forzel-sama put his hand on his forehead and said that his son was terrible. Radomkos looked at the man with fear, realizing what was waiting for him next. Forzel, with obvious disappointment in his voice, said that now the man would be executed as a bandit, mercilessly passing the sentence. The prince said that if he, as a young man, had behaved normally, he could have lived quietly and peacefully. Radomkos asked again with horror and fear. At this time, the guards began to arrest the man as a criminal, and he, in panic and fear, screams at his father, asking him not to do this, hoping for some kind of pardon. The prince apologizes to Kaede for all the troubles and worries he caused. The prince says that all of this was under his strict responsibility, and he promised that he would immediately revoke the restrictions and order the guild to immediately make the information public. He once again sincerely apologizes to the boy. Kaede looks at the man with understanding, realizing that he is behaving extremely professionally, even though he himself may have suffered the most in this situation. The guy finally puts his coat back on, recreating his old image, when suddenly Ria and Fionan appeared on the horizon, with friendly smiles saying that he did a really great job. Fionan, showing sincerity and surprise, says that she did not expect to see Forzel-sama here. She was glad that everything was settled. Kaede, with a slight smile, replies that as long as this man rules the city, everything will be fine. The guy, realizing that the emotions on the girls' faces were taking on a serious look, said that the issue with the artifacts had not yet been resolved, and they should remain vigilant in the future. He suggested that the girls return back to the guild, saying that the information restriction had just been lifted. He was full of confidence that Lassiasan would tell them everything, and the girls happily agreed with him. Having reached their destination, the boys noticed some information on the stand that caught their attention, and they watched in surprise as the other residents also stood dumbfounded. Fionan, looking closely at the news, said that the information had already been published, which was really impressive. The guy, realizing that the information had appeared quite quickly, responded to her remark by saying that everything was happening very quickly, The guy noticed that the information had been announced only a couple of minutes ago, and he couldn't help but be amazed at the incredible speed with which everything was developing around them. Kaede turned around and noticed Lassiasan talking to the girl, and she, feeling his gaze on her, turned around and smiled warmly at the boy, thereby spurring on his inner emotions. The guy looked back with a nervous smile and wondered if it could be that she had started preparing when the duel had just begun. At that time, Fionan, also settling in the Lasta, with a joyful expression on her face, fell with her hand in greeting. Kaede realized that this girl was certainly very capable and skillful, who could play a decisive role in the future. This thought encouraged him a little and gave him confidence in the future. The news reported that the monsters that were near Orton were behaving abruptly and atypically. It was believed that this was due to the destruction of artifacts. It was also mentioned that this had caused an increase in the number of earthquakes, which could not help but worry the local population, who lived in constant fear. However, there is a high probability that several artifacts are preventing the volcano from erupting, as there are still no clear signs of its activation. The artifact was destroyed by people from an organization fighting them, called the New Generation of the Fire of Doom. But the investigation is still ongoing, and by tomorrow morning, new information may be added that will change the course of events. The guy reading the information thinks that this destroyed artifact that he and Rhea found actually prevents the volcanic eruption, and by its destruction, it caused an earthquake. Fionan turns to the guy, saying that much has been said, but to sum it up, they need to find the remaining artifacts and prevent their destruction at any cost. The man, having listened to his friend, readily agreed with her. Then the girl, thoughtfully holding her chin, asks if perhaps they should go to the great ruins of Orion, although she herself does not think that there will be anything useful there. The guy, looking at his friend in surprise, asks why she thinks so, because research can always bring surprises. Fionan, thoughtfully rubbing her temples, replies that she heard about the ruins they found earlier, and compared to these, inside the great ruins of Ortheon is a completely different era. She continues to say that there are many theories about these ruins, but she believes that they belong to another civilization. Kaede and Rhea, listening attentively to their friend, that they understood everything. The guy looks away and thinks that if this is all really true, then they have no clues about the location of the rest of the artifacts, and this was not in his favor. The man looks at Rhea and does not understand how the new generation of the Fire of Death has not yet found the rest of the artifacts, because their destruction is only a matter of time. Suddenly, Rhea notices something and looks away in surprise. The guys were standing just a couple of meters away from the crowd, and at that moment a new group of people interested in the latest events had already approached the newsstand. The boy turns to the girl, asking if she can determine the location of the artifact if the entrance is not sealed. Rhea, confident in her abilities, replies that she can easily cope with this task. Fionan, confused, asks what they are talking about. Kaede, speaking of underground ruins leading to an artifact that is securely sealed with a seal that is impervious to magic, believes that this seal will soon be broken. Fionan, looking at the guy in surprise, asks why he decided so, not realizing the full seriousness of his reasoning. He talks about the organization that will find the rest of the artifacts, then they will need time to destroy them. He adds that it would be easy if he and Rhea noticed the changes in the magical power. The girl replies that it will certainly not be easy for them to destroy the artifacts, because they are strong and durable. The guy holds out his hand and says that if they are in the process of destroying them, it might give them a chance. The man, pointing at the people standing by the notice, says that the people on the surface will certainly warn their comrades underground. He asks if the girls don't think so. The girls were very surprised by what they heard. Looking at the guy with their mouths open, Fionan happily states that this means they will be able to break the seal, and Rhea, also overcome with joy, confirms her words. The guy, seeing their delight, replies that the girl is right, and they will be able to quickly determine their location. The guy, hitting his fist with his palm, says with determination that as soon as they find out about this, they will put an end to this chaos that is happening around them, and their mission will become more meaningful. At this moment, a wide smile appears on his face, reflecting hope for a better future.